Yeah, I don't know how long today is gonna be. Same thing as last Friday. There is construction downstairs. The street is getting renovated, so that's pissing me off. The whole building is shaking. The other thing that is kind of fun is the fact that my downstairs neighbors have decided that today is the day for construction work as well. So it's going to be either a noisy day or you can't hear anything because the noise cancelling is good enough. I hope the second part is true, but goddamn, I hate it. Nonetheless, welcome on in. I hope you're good. I hope your weekend was good. Happy Monday. If that's the thing that you celebrate, I don't really care. Don't drop it. Hi, welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the love. I appreciate it. That's a good yellow in the background. That is neat. Take care of yourself on the log. I appreciate that as always. And we are still testing the new features of YouTube of having the stream captured both ways, as in horizontal and vertical. It's kind of weird because the horizontal stream is good, obviously, but the vertical stream on YouTube doesn't really make any sense because nothing is placed in the center of the page. Um, in regular scenes, like this scene is the only scene that is where I'm kind of centered. I'm not centered. I should be here, I think, to be centered, which is kind of bad because I need to be here to be centered on the other side. So, like that's the thing. Anyways, it happens. It's there. It's working, and it's not working when we are looking at my screen, computer screens. But we have a good base. We have a good base. We have some news. We have some ish news, and you have some good news. Uh, and we have some bad news, depending on how you want to take it. The regular news is the Perfume app has now some updates that are going to roll out in the next drop. That's cool. The recommendation system is going to be a bit more optimized. I realized that the system was basically going through each perfume for calculation one by one. So when you had a collection like mine, which is 110, 109 perfume that needs to be calculated from, which makes no sense, but whatever, it went through this entire thing every time. Every time you needed a recommendation, and because the cache for that recommendation is invalidated every 5 to 15 minutes, we ended up with recalculation and time taken for no fucking reason. So that's the first thing. The second thing is it's now doing things in parallel. So I forgot how many. I think I said 10, but it's calculating from 10 perfumes at the same time because the system can do that. So that's good. The recommendation system is going to be cached, and one of the things that I wanted to do was simply have recommendation change or the calculation results change if and only if the content of the perfume had changed. So if you have like a perfume entry that is taking or has a display of, let me show you, that's going to be easier, contain something like a specific type of notes, right? A specific note could be something. So maybe in this one we have some cardamom, that is the green one that is triggering the green thing at the top. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. If I'm currently testing this one, it should only impact the perfumes that are in my collection that also are containing some cardamom and other of the notes that we have here. Otherwise, it makes no sense. Like a perfume that is 100% vanilla and maybe some brown sugar doesn't really match with this one, and therefore it makes no sense for the app to recalculate that vanilla brown sugar perfume recommendation and scores and so on because it hasn't really changed. So that's it took me a bit of a time to figure out that this was an issue, and that's the type of thing that needs to be edited and changed, but that is in the work. It's not done yet, but it's in the work, so that's a good thing. And the last thing that I did was centralizing this card right here and finally adding one of my effects. So I don't think this is going to be visible on stream based on the uh, regular gamma and the overexposure of this thing, but basically the the badge in the center is also working like my other thing in CAN to have like some refraction based on the phone orientation. So that's a cool sticker. I think it's a bit bad where I placed it. It doesn't feel like a good idea. So I'm gonna see if I can like optimize this and place that somewhere else. But at least for now, we have like a base of this holographic phone movement reactive sticker. So that's one thing. It helps. It's on all of the sections that needs to have it. So in the profile view, you have the same thing with different entries and so on. And in the settings, same thing at the top. So that's simpler, easier, and so on. The only thing that I don't understand is here, the settings one, the subtitle, for some reason gets truncated, but it doesn't make any sense because that's not in the code. So I don't understand. It doesn't get truncated here because I'm on the biggest screen sizes that we have. On smaller phone, it gets truncated to just one line when if you look at this one, it's in two lines. So it's the same components, the same thing, and I don't understand why the pattern is changed. So we'll figure that out. We'll figure that out. Um, but yeah, overall, that's the news. It's pretty good. That's the news that is pretty good. The second news that is pretty good is this one. Can is going to receive an update soon-ish. That update is going to improve on the fonts for the multi-font thing so that you have the ability to learn through uh, real handwritten things. Marcy, hi, welcome in. Welcome back. And so that's good. It also is adding a new dictionary, finally. I've been working on that for a while. It's been like 3 weeks, I think, that I've been capturing some of the um, onomatopoeia that you would need to know, right? Like the first one, wawa, is the way that Japanese people are saying woof or waff, depending on the where you're coming from. Basically, a dog barking is wah wah, a cat is nyang nyang, and that is the type of thing that you need to know. But also, there is like a ton of others in there. It's one of the biggest dictionary that I have made, other than the 1,000 words, obviously. But these one is 140 entries instead of my regular 100. I usually just keep it fixed, but yeah. Uh, right now 140 entries with all of the um like onomatopoeia that needs to be known. So that's pretty cool. Took me a while, but it's neat. So that's added in my current app. I'm the only one to have this. And it also reminded me that I need to add the onomatopoeia, culture, automotive, video games, and I think travel to the Android version of the app because that's not in there yet. And I forgot about it. It's been out for a long time and it's not in the Android version. So we'll see when that happens. Cat, hi, welcome on in. Good morning. Good time zone, good everything. I hope you're good. So that's good news. The other news, which is half depending on how you want to take it. Apparently, this runs in the family. So my dad died of a heart attack. It's been a while. Don't worry about it. I had one kind of 6-ish months ago, and my mom is now in the hospital for a heart condition. So that is going to be fun. Uh, we're gonna see. So there might be a time this week where we don't have a stream because I need to go back to the south of France for shit and giggles. But yeah, so we'll see. That's the news that is dependent depending on how you want to take it. It could be good, could be bad. The only thing that I know is that now my sister is supposed to take a check for no reason whatsoever. just just to check, just a thing, just just a small thing, just in case. Just in case. But yeah, no, that's a not so good news. It depends on how you want to take it. It's good because now we know what happens, right? It's like the easier thing. It wasn't a heart attack. It was basically an inflammation. So it's easier than a real heart attack. But the fact that we know that she has an inflammation in the aorta, that's also a thing that will end up in the same meds that I have. So all the same. We are all in the same boat together in this family. It's crazy. Um, so that's fun. That's good news. Good to know. Other than that, in the code related stuff, the tokens have resetted today, so I have access to the best models, but I don't want to use the best models for other things. So yeah, yeah, that's the thing. But then again, there is not really a bad thing. You know, it's, I'm the weirdest on this department. I know, don't worry about it. It's fine. But for me, it's always like, if I die, I died. That's it. If someone else died, they died. What do you want me to do? You can't do anything about it. They can't do anything about it either. So, there's no reason to do anything about it. But you can do stuff before, so that's a good thing, I guess. We'll see. But yeah, it's we'll see how that goes. We will have some information today officially on what else is happening. She had some water in the lungs based on that heart situation apparently. So that's not the greatest, but that's also like normal at her age, you know. Older people are older. It's yeah. Things happened and that makes sense. So yeah, no, other than that, not a lot more news. I want to apologize before. Yeah, and welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? I want to apologize for the people that are following me on TikTok and specifically on TikTok. Now on YouTube, YouTube is fine because I'm planning on posting a lot more than expected. Um, I'm trying to do that, but it's really a hard thing for me. So you might see me more, might not see me more as the usual. Like the last video that I posted that kind of worked has been seen by people that are not following me. And 98% of the people that have seen the video are like from the not following crowd. So that's a good thing. You are not spammed. But yeah. I mean, yeah. What is it? That's the button, but that's not gonna work. Yeah. Oh no, sorry, I just saw something. Ah! Yeah, that's gonna be bad. I need to change the date. Second, this is not how it's supposed to go. Oh, that's the reason. That is the reason. Yeah. The chat for YouTube is wrong, which is fine, but I need to switch date. It's not working. It is not working. Is this gonna work? Yes. Also, that's a good reminder for me to check stuff. Hope it's working now. Cool. Anyways, that was a bit of a delayed stuff. It doesn't really matter. So yeah, so that's the thing. TikTok is probably going to be a bit more spammy. I've been trying to go through other content type because it makes more sense to post about whatever. The only place that makes sense to me right now is TikTok because it's the only place where you don't have expectation of quality. So you can post stuff like right now and it's fine. Not this camera because this camera is like too good for TikTok specifically. It's better to use this camera for Instagram, for example. So yeah, TikTok is the reason why it's gonna be the zone and the way to go. We'll see. Nonetheless, this is working, which I'm pretty happy with. And I don't know, something is feeling weird in the creation of this app. Something is missing, and this is me reaching the point of I have worked on this thing for too long, and that's about it. Like yeah, just post. That's the thing. There is no recommendations, and it really depends on your goals. Um, it Yeah, it really depends on your goal. It doesn't really matter what you post. The only thing that I would highly recommend you to do is to not fall on the trap that people are falling in when they are doing TikToks of posting things and then one of their video blew up and then they just do that. So I've seen so many people just be like multiple types of content, different locations, different things, and then one of their videos is just blowing up because they were in the kitchen cutting veggies, and then their entire post for the next 3 years are just like in the kitchen cutting veggies, and that's it, and talking about the same thing, and it's just annoying. So I would highly recommend you to do whatever. If you want to do a TikTok for Heaper or for yourself, just talk about whatever. That's going to be a bad idea because I don't think this is going to be visible. But um, yeah, uh, like for example, the top right one is the one that I posted today, which is an ADHD related thing. The one that is underneath it, a Tokyo related thing. The one after that is, I remember, um, yeah, is a thing about children. I That's a weird one. It's mostly something where I don't really understand why people feel like saying they killed uh, 6 people, 3 of them were children, and I'm like, I don't care. Uh, d- you made the entire thing about children, and I have no fucking interest in knowing that they killed 6 people. That's it. That's what happened. And yeah, I have no sympathy or more sympathy because it is children. I usually have less. And therefore, when people are saying shit like this, I'm like, well, that's then the entire thing is meaningless for me now. So yeah. And then you have like plenty of other things. This one is a very good recommendations for people that are trying to learn French because it's simple. It makes sense. Why can't I have that? And it's just trying to make sure that you want to reconsider a thing and then have one tip in the center. There is one person that is French that just uh, I don't know if they are French, but they replied in French. Um, in which case, the French is a simple language for French people, yes. So yeah, I mean, I'm posting about everything and anything all the time, and it doesn't really matter. And obviously, the posts that I have are not blowing up. They don't like do numbers as I would like them to do. The only one that has blown up is one that is from 3 years ago now, I guess, that has like 12,000 views. But yeah, Chris, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How was the weekend? The easiest thing, if you don't know what to do, let me go this way because that's gonna help potentially. Maybe I don't know. It doesn't really matter. If you are wanting to be successful on TikTok in general, but also on other platforms, most importantly on TikTok, creating a series is going to be something that people come back to, and therefore you will be gaining more followers and traction over time. It's going to take time, but it can also take 6 hours to blow up. It really depends on what you have to say. The best thing remains a series. So if you say day one off, and that's it, like this is day one of building an app from scratch, for example, like that type of shit, and you follow along, and it's just like a very simple video of something that will help. Like, for example, when I started posting day one of perfume, for example, I had 105 followers, and after day 30, I was at 300 and something. And since I kind of stopped, I only gained 30 followers. So if I had continued that series, I would probably have made more followers and so on. But also, it was like a one video a day, um, no, nothing, and so on. So it depends on you, depends on what you want to post. But as always, that's the thing. The other one that people are recommending is, and I don't really like this, but I understand, it's making sure that you're posting enough. And what enough means is between 3 times a day to 30 times a day. And I know it sounds crazy. And for a lot of people, including myself, the reason why I'm not doing this is because it sounds spammy, as in I don't want the people that follow me to see me 30 times a day. But then based on analytics and stuff, most of the people that are seeing my videos are the people that are not following me. So yeah, so that's the thing. And the stuff we've said is, if you are posting 1 time per day, you have one opportunity per day to be seen by many people. If you post 10, you have 10 opportunities. If you post 30, you have 30 opportunities. And therefore, in these 10 to 30 options, the probability of one of them getting 20,000 views is greater than if you just post once. It's the clay pot thing. You probably heard that, right? The teacher that said, your goal is to make as many pots as possible this year, and the other half of the class is you need to make one, and you need to make the best one. So yeah, not really. Like, that's the thing. It's not necessarily put in the work. It's mostly show up with whatever. Like, that's the reason why TikTok makes a lot more sense for me. It's just, oh, you want to talk about cakes? Cool. Oh, today you want to talk about Japanese? Cool. Oh, you built a desk on your own? Cool. Whereas doing the work is mostly going to be like, I'm building this thing and I'm following on this specific thing, and that's me, and that's my identity and so on. It's just like, post whatever. Like, I'm testing this mic, it's great, and I like it because it can plug on my phone. That's about it. That's a video. So, like, that's the type of thing that can happen, can be interesting in working on TikTok specifically. But the numbers game is a numbers game, and you need to be posting more in order to be discovered more. It's the same thing as Twitch in general. It's like, the longer you stream, the more opportunity you have of someone noticing that your stream exists. And the more interesting your stream become, that's a more Instagram real situation, the more people will stay. But yeah, TikTok is just whatever. You found this thing, it worked, you blew up because you said a word weirdly. You probably heard of this girl, the genuinely girl, who wanted to say genuinely, but because of location, J is year, and therefore genuinely. and now she blew up because that happened once, and yeah, and now she has more money than all my family combined. Because of one fucking dumbass video once, like that's the type of thing that can happen. So again, if you want to go in there for the money, you're not gonna make it. If you go in there for the fun of it, you're gonna make it probably. Um, it's just it's a lot of time, I would say. A lot of time consumed in consuming the content and creating the content. Um, the best advice that someone gave me was uh, stop giving a fuck, and that worked. Uh, as in, if the lighting is not that good, it doesn't really matter. If the mic is not that good, it doesn't really matter. If you are like not dressed properly, it doesn't really matter on TikTok specifically, and that's good. Whereas on Instagram, for example, you need to be on perfect lighting, you need to be on perfect setup. Like I would do reels with this camera for sure. Uh, but TikTok doesn't matter. Like basically, when you go back to where I was a second ago, and then I closed that. Um, let's go back. Let's go back 3 months, 4 months, probably. These ones, like basically these videos were getting 300 views and so on, and 400 views on this one, and that was the series, so that made sense. And then at the instant, I decided to go for a bit of a more um, edited videos like these ones. The views just dropped to 100 views maximum because it feels too uh, worked on for some reason. And so if I had done that in a regular format of me holding my phone and so on, I would probably have had like more views overall compared to these ones. But since that happened, I've been trying to recover, and I can't. The only one that had like 300 views and so on were these ones, which are just simply picture based on Can. Um, so yeah, that's um, that's the thing. But yeah, a series can help to avoid not knowing what to post about, and yeah. Also, congrats, Chris, on that 10 streak. That's cool. Uh, Thinking 50 years about influencers, maybe they think, oh my god, paid for stupid things like dancing in front of camera. Yeah, the thing is, if you think about it, people have been paid for dancing in front of camera for the longest time. Since cameras existed, there've been people that have been getting paid to dance in front of a camera, but it was in a movie or an advertisement for television or something. And right now, your phone is good enough to give you the ability to do that at home. And some people blew up in one specific videos and then decided to do the right business decision and made some money. And others didn't. Also, that chat is broken. Your message didn't go through. I don't like that. I don't like that. I'm guessing it's probably because it was linked to your watch streak, which is not like a chat message, technically. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter. But yeah, I feel like these platforms, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, not really, but kinda, allow us to do things that were previously limited to actors and celebrities. And then the rise of the accessibility of these platforms also unlock things for, this is gonna sound really elitist, but it makes sense. For beautiful people. Like we were not, I have never seen as much beautiful people in my life as I have since I've joined the internet communities. Like in my city, which is Paris, which is like really, really like filled with people, not so much, but like filled with people, not like Tokyo, but it's the same thing. I'm still limited to the people that are in my district, in my closest environment, and so on. And most of them are people that I've been seeing for a long time or are new here. And that's the one nicely looking person that I see on this week. On TikTok, if I scroll for 5 minutes, I will see someone that is just beautifully looking nonetheless. And simply doing that, if you have a face that matches with someone that is looking for a face like yours for something, you can unlock opportunities of like TV shows, movies, advertisements, photo shoots, and so just because of how you look. So I would say someone like Wisdom is going to be the easiest thing as a presentation. Wisdom in the beginning was just doing fashion for the sake of fashion, and then you end up with the creation of other things. And now we just see his content as Wisdom is creating fashion content and getting paid for that. And that's really cool. So, um, like the amount of shoots that we've seen is just it's just so nice. But then again, that's like someone that has grown in popularity and in fame through the fact that the video and the content that they were producing was pretty good. Not necessarily saying this is something that is related to looks, because it is fashion related, but like um the probability, I don't know. I can't see things here. That's not going to be a good idea. But yeah, same thing. Like this one has 1 million likes. 1.3 million likes. And the only thing is the letters on the bottle just fell off. And that's it. And that blew up. Is it because the person themselves is good looking? Is it because they had like that much followers in the first place? I don't know. But it happens. So, it's just a thing. It could happen. Could be anything. Anyways, moving on. So yeah, it's to me it's just an opportunity game rather than anything else, where people can just get access to things that they didn't have access to in the first place or before. And now it's just you're basically, as people have said, you're basically one post away from getting everything that you want. And that might be true, that might not be true, depends on you and your creativity, not even acidity of like punctuality of creating content and so on. That might be a thing, It doesn't really matter. But that's the I for me that's the recommendation. Like if you post content that is related to you, it's gonna take some time. But if you have a way of speaking that people resonate with, if you have a mannerism, a cool background, not a cool background, um, interesting thing to say, could happen. It could happen. Give me a sec. I see something. That's bad. That is bad. The heater was blowing up and giving me a bit of a warning. So yeah, for the no, that's not the word that I'm looking for. For the what? The warning, kinda. Yes, I'm probably gonna post more. That's all I want to say. I'm trying to do 3 a day, but that's already a lot for me. to post 3 times per day and making sure that the thing that I want to say is something that I want to say, because otherwise I can just talk about whatever, but it just doesn't matter. And I could talk about like design and stuff on TikTok, but it doesn't feel right for some reason. Like the educational content that I want to do related around or touching design in general is not TikTok friendly for the format that I have. Like, it doesn't make sense to not have a shot set and like screen recording that makes sense for design content. Not for me. Whereas talking about recommendation for how to learn a language, that is easier to do without having like set shots and so on. But you know, that's the thing. That's the thing. Nonetheless, we have some news on this thing as well. So I added the thing that I talked about last time, which is the addition of the cards as floating cards. It's really shitty. It's not supposed to work, but it kind of works. But it's kind of shitty. And I don't understand how to get the animation to start exactly when I'm starting. But yeah, it's just making sure that it reaches, like when you are here, you will reach the point where you can interact with it and you can just play with the card and have fun with it. But before that, it's not happening. So that's the kind of the fun part. You still play with it and it's still gonna work. Anyways, that took me yesterday, to be honest. And it's still really bad. I still wish it wasn't like that laggy. Like I do agree that here is the right spot for the grid to be reconstructed, but it should start right here. Like from that first scroll, I should have the animation started not there. Like right here, it feels like the start is like half, yeah, halfway through is the starting point. So I probably have set up something really wrong in the animation. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. The other news that I have is that I changed my GitHub card finally. So if you haven't used, or if you don't have, I still haven't done a button for that. If you haven't used that, please do. It's neat. And now this card is containing all the information that you wanted to have, which is the amount of repos that you have, the amount of followers following, and the guests that you have. So that's cool. Phils, welcome on in. Welcome back. And design-wise, it's fine. But yeah, I've seen better. Mizzy, welcome on in. Welcome on in. How's the day going? I'm doing okay. It's pissing me off because my street is getting worked on, so they are blowing out the floor and the whole building is vibrating. And my neighbors, like not the right downstairs one, but the floor just underneath, is also doing some renovation. Not yesterday, but like on Friday, they were deciding to change the front door, so the whole building was vibrating again. And today they are just doing other thing, and I don't get it. I don't understand why this whole building is always under construction. I don't get it. But yeah. Yes. So it would be good to have the contribution charts. I absolutely agree with you. However, every time I tried to do that, it didn't work. Stony, hi, welcome in.
Stony _Eagle just resubscribed for 46 months. Okay, so now what?
I don't know.
Stony 90 giggle.
I don't know. That's a long time. Thanks a lot for the resub. I still haven't implemented the confettis, so yeah, uh, it happens. You spent the weekend on several flights to Brussels. Well, welcome back to Brussels, I guess. If that's the things. Um, so yeah, Stony, did you update yours, by the way? Yeah, maybe. I think this one has been updated automatically, but I'm unsure. Um, I guess, yeah. I also worked on the light mode, dark mode switch to ensure that people are only accessed or only access the correct thing. And did I save that? Oh, I don't know if I cleared. Yeah, I deleted it. God damn it. Um, I realized why my worker was getting to its limit really fast. I don't know why it happened, but it happened. Ah, basically, if I decided to start typing HTTP, every single keystroke was a cache request. So when I looked at the cached data in Cloudflare, I had H, and then the response T, and then the response HTT, and then the response, and I was like, oh, what a dumbass. So yeah, that happened. I think it's fixed, but I'm not sure. Oh, if only, if only, if only I knew what I was doing, but that's not the case. So yeah, there's that. And then secondly, I have officially done the thing that you have said, Stony. So now you have the ability to just look at the thing that you have uploaded. Um, that wasn't really a thing that was easily done. I had to, or I have to split by users, which wasn't the case in the first place. So I had to change that. But yeah, now you have the ability to reuse something that already is in there for all of these things. You can just get in, check one of your pictures and select that. And then, based also on your recommendation, if I'm deleting something for which I have added a picture myself, it's going to check if any other cards is using that picture. If not, it's going to scrap it from the hosting system. So out of the bucket, that is a good thing, I think. Um, so yeah, was a bit of a pain in the ass because we ended up with all of the cards at 1 by 1, which is not their minimal size. The minimal size is 2 by 2. So that was really broken, but here we are. At least we have a good base. The GitHub is working, kinda, kinda working, and yeah, overall things make sense. Drags make sense. Settings kind of make sense. This one is a bit broken, but that's on me, and it's fine. The issue that I have in this one is that the fucking border is not the container. And the reason for that is this bitch ass button is an overlay for how I decide to make it. So yeah, yeah. Not still not a dev. Didn't change. That's not until I don't make mistake that dumb. I wouldn't consider myself in any format. So yeah. Right now, the thing that I'm trying to figure out is how can I avoid this? This makes no sense. The loading profile doesn't make any sense. And then when you look at the system for Bento, for example, which is dying, please move to something else. If I load bento/a, it's going to load the entire page. There is like this system in the middle that is like, you know, not loaded yet, which is white page, and then when the content is loaded and so on, you have your animation on appear. But right now, my URL is /me, like /a, me/a. And if I log in and I go through the login system, the URL is still /a but logged in. And from /a but logged in, I'm getting all of that. And I can just do the edits. So there is something about the routing that is a bit better. Like it's just like if it's routed properly and the person is logged in, then you display the editor's controls. If not, you do not display them and you do not display the tools at the bottom. I like this as a concept. I think it's easier to get my editor in a view only mode, and that's it. Like it's just, oh, is it view only? Yes. Then you're good. But it's still the same grid, still the same display, still the same thing. And then if you are logged in and you're not in view only, you are in edit mode, then that's an option. I don't know. I'm still contemplating potentially doing that at some point. But it might happen. Right now, what I'm just seeing is the space in between things seems big. Not for a long time, but yeah. So we'll see. I don't think I've learned a lesson. I think I discovered an issue. Let me say that. Like that would make a lot more sense to say. I found an issue and I understood why the issue was happening, but I didn't learn much. Like it's just, oh yeah, I set up that input field to basically every keystroke is a request for something. And that is something that I did. If you look at this, can you see that? Yeah, you can kind of see that. If I start typing, it's going to move to orange, which is like currently not synced. Like we are waiting for something to happen. And as long as I'm typing, as long as my cursor is inside of this this input field and nothing happens, this is going to remain, which I need to get rid of that tooltip. This is going to remain in unsynced. And as soon as I click outside, that's going to sync the thing. The reason for that is because I discovered that every keystroke was sending a convex update. And in order to do that, I needed to just, make sure that if there is text editing, it doesn't send anything to convex, because otherwise I'm going to blow past my free tier very, very, very fast. So, yeah, that's the thing. And now that I'm thinking about it, let me just do that. Oh no, don't do that now. So I want this thing to be here, and I want to send something there that is going to be, yeah, no, that's a fair point. I should have done that. Yeah. What would be the message for this? This is such a No, not that. Yeah, I mean that looks like shit, but fine. I don't know exactly what I could say on that message, but at least I have a button. That was necessary. That was necessary. Um yeah. The thing is, it's not necessarily something that I will remember. So I learned it for now. That's for sure. I know now that if I have like an input somewhere, I need to make sure that it's not like it is throttled and so on. Like here, for example, it's going to be the same. I also need to make sure that I'm not a dev and behaving as as a dev because, uh, goddamn, I'm doing things I shouldn't do. What do you mean, Mister Plane? Who's that? Again, I would say the only time I would consider myself a dev is going to be if I can figure out something on my own, um, without having to rely on AI and stuff. Like yesterday, for example, I thought about stuff, and so um, my what is it? Premium sticker right about there. This thing right there um, is and I can't show you that on my computer, like on the preview. It doesn't change anything and you can't see the details and so on, but it doesn't really matter. Um, if it loads, basically, I know how things are supposed to be stacked. I didn't exactly know how specific the things were going to be needed when it comes to all of that. And so that has been a bit of a trial and error on my end to figure out exactly how the logic needs to be. But for anything that is visual, yes, that's fine. Like I understand these makes no sense to a lot of people. Like you add 24th padding and then you remove 24th padding. Like there is something that just doesn't really make any fucking sense, but it works. So yeah, can you fucking load Xcode? Can you be faster? Can you be good? God. But yes, for me, not a dev yet. Um, one day, baby, one day, but still no. X, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How was your weekend? How was your month? It's been like more than a month, I think. Ah, that pisses me off. The delays. The delays. So much delays. Xcode is so slow. But then again, it's the only one that has a preview. Android Studio preview is as slow, so I'm not complaining. I mean, I am complaining, but I'm not complaining. Oh. But like for the placement of that sticker, as I said earlier, it's currently at the top of the card and it makes absolutely no sense. And I think it would be better if it was placed differently, like a top right corner or something. But it just right now it doesn't make any sense. So we'll see if I could have something that works a bit better. But yeah. Um ah. What are you not achieving? It sounds so bad. What are you not achieving with uh AI assisted code? Like, what seems to be the issue for you specifically? I can help. I've been vibe coding my whole life. No, I I've been building too much stuff and relying on it so much that now I can help, which I know sounds not necessarily good. That is the situation. So yeah, this is pretty good overall. That placement is nice. We have everything that needs to work, and that is finally. So yeah, shit like this, I can do that. I can create that. I can do that on my own. I figure it out. It's easy enough for me to understand like how is this thing going to work and behave. But then things like the behavior and the transition here, for example, I can't. Like, I don't have the skills for that. Not as a bad thing, but just like I cannot figure out exactly how this logic makes sense. It works. It works. Um, I can explain how the logic works. So that doesn't make a lot of sense when I'm just saying this. I understand. I can explain to an AI how to do the thing that I want it to do, but I can't explain how the things work in the code itself. I know what is supposed to happen. I know exactly that this card is absolutely not optimized and I shouldn't have done it this way, but I still did. It's one single card which with two states, two different design. So you have the ability to just move things around in that same component. And that is easier for me to really figure out rather than do it in like two different components and then hope for the best. So yeah. Um Interesting. Um Story that is interesting. Uh Code base, I feel like it's hallucinated instantly. First question, it starts making stuff up. Second, on a fresh code base, it seems to make very procedural code that isn't cohesive, and its tests are very superficial. I can't talk about the last two sections of your message. I can kind of explain the first one, um, and the central one of procedural code makes sense. Yes. So, the cybersec, welcome on in. The first thing is most, if not all, have their context window that is roughly 200,000 tokens. Some of them will say a million token, whatever. That's not true. Like, it's not the case. But 200 and yeah, 200,000 token is roughly 10 to 20 messages. Kinda. Depending on how much context you want to add. Malcolm, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? So the thing that I would recommend you to do in order to get the thing work and then get the rave about AI code is going to be limit the thing that you're trying to do per chats. So getting into like I exactly need specifically I need something for the recommendation system for its performance and the reliability, and that's all I need. And I don't want anything else. So we had a chat, and this one is pretty big for what it is.
Prob
Like
not
that.
Malcolm just
Uh,
resubscribed for 5 months. Happy New Year, by the way.
Thanks a lot for the resub, and Happy New Year to you too. Indeed. Indeed. Thanks a lot for the resub. For 5 months, that's a long time. With Prime as well, that's appreciated. Thank you. So my regular thing, and also this one is Opus. So Opus is a bit better than the rest of the models when you have access to it, and it's in a not limited way. Wild sentence. But basically what I'm doing most of the time is, here is my issue, explain what's happening, and fix what needs to be fixed based on what's happening. And the reason why I'm doing this is because by doing so, God damn it, by doing so, I fuck you. I am getting the LLM itself to understand the code base, to properly understand the code base, and that is taking sometimes, right? Uh, and and then past that understanding of the code base and how the LLM understand it, it then have a better understanding of what it needs to be to fix the issue that is in front of them. So that is the best recommendation that I can give you, to make sure that even if you have like a 3 million files code base, then you would be good enough to get the thing understood by the AI, because you know, that's how it is. Yeah. God damn. So yeah, like roughly, if you give it the first task of understanding and explaining, and then you get the task of fixing after it has understood, it is easier for most of the tasks that I have given it to figure out. The other thing is knowing the models, and I know it's like a lot more different when you know what you are expecting, which is your case. Like, you know how to code, I don't. But yeah, should expand to multiple files. It starts to struggle. It's great at planning, but as soon as I try to get it to write code, yeah, not for me. That's the thing. So lately in Cursor, specifically in the latest versions, they have put in place something that is, oh, the LLM realized that it needs to switch into plan mode, and when it does that, it just go into plan mode to firstly understand it, create like that MD file that is then referenceable by the LLM itself to fix the thing in question. So it works better. But for example, right now, I'm not in the right code base, but I know that the recommendation system that I have in here, when I'm switching things in there, it's going to invalidate the cache, recalculate stuff, and then provide the right outputs. In order to do that, I need to touch my recommendation system, my aura system, my weather system, my user preference, the what's the name? The layering recommendation system as well, and the not the queue, but like the past queue of worn perfumes. All of these are in a lot of different files. I mean, this shit is way too big for what it's supposed to do, but it's still there and it works. And so by getting in there and saying, well, this thing specifically is going to touch that, and that, and you should be good with understanding all of this, it helps. At least me, it helps a lot. Um, but yeah. Also, we have a hype train. Why is that a hype train again? Please don't. We're gonna miss the hype train again, which is good. Miss it, miss it. It's fine. Um, but I understand your point on it has a bit of a hard time when it needs a lot more um, context for everything. I think probably you probably might need that's a wild sentence as well. You may be in need of an abstraction layer for the things that you are asking, meaning that it would probably be easier for you to say, we are trying to achieve this. We have this, and that is touched. And right now, we don't exactly know how this works, or we know how this works, but we need to fix that alternative files to do something different or whatever, right? Instead of going with read that entire thing and then figure it out. Um, one of the other thing that I wish I could do that, but I can't. One of the other thing that I know is that the LLMs are reading like this. So what happens is it reads the beginning, it forget the center, and it reads the end, and then it hallucinates the center unless specified to really understand the file. In which case you end up with that, and it's not good either. So you basically need to make sure that it goes through the understanding of what the file is doing through a system of sub files that are simplification or recaps of what the file is doing, which is like the abundance of fucking markdown files all around. Um, and yeah, that's uh, that's the thing. That helps. I mean, it helps. I hate the markdown stuff, but it works. And if you are in a code base that has like such long files or complex things, then it just helps. Why did this change? What did I change here? Oh yeah, that yeah. That makes sense. See, still not a dev, but I can understand why something like this has changed based on what we just did. So maybe um but yeah, like that whole file for me is this is not like the biggest one, but I it depends. So yes and no. Um yes, I am kind of internalizing the actions that are taken, but I'm not learning. And it depends on the project. Um I mean, yeah, why not? uh so Perfume, that is my perfume app, is such a personal thing and like how can I say that? um and a thing where I want the app to work. Also, that's not where it's supposed to be. I think it was really good here. I think it needs to be a bit further on the side. Sorry, that's I'm YouTube optimizing right now. Um Basically this one is a simple-ish app with a lot of complexity in the background, but it's something that is mostly for me, and therefore I'm taking a lot more time to figure out exactly how the things work and how I can optimize things and how I can make changes to end up with exactly what I want it to do and have the customization, the effects, the whatever that needs to be in there to align with my needs and get like outputs that are more aligned with what I want, right? But that's because it is a personal project for myself to myself mainly, and then I open it to the rest of the people by making it paid and so on, that the usual. Same thing here. I needed an app to learn Japanese on my own, and therefore I built that. Um, it's working. I'm adding content often-ish for me to just get a new dictionary. Like I want a new dictionary for the Metapia, which is the one that I added today after 3 weeks of working on it. And like that makes sense. I'm gonna unlock it because it's gonna be useful for me. But that's the thing. For stuff that are for me with the um like with the intent of being for others first, and that's gonna sound bad. I don't care about what the LLM has written in a slightest for slightest second. So ban the entirety of the code. I have not read a single file. It works. That's all I care about. So this thing has been entirely vibe coded. It's working. I can do exactly what I need it to do. It does like properly the animations, the whatever, the transition, and so on. I do not know how it works. I have not read a single file, and the only thing that I know is that, as far as I'm concerned, everything that I have defined is working, it's syncing, everything work. After that, I don't care. That's just, it needs to work, and that's it. It's working. So, yeah, that's the thing. Um, but it really depends on the platform, and it also really depends on the project that I have in mind. Mainly because, yeah, it is a different level indeed. But this one is just like, I need a link in bio situation that is cheaper than the alternative, that is similar to what the current one that is currently dying provides, and therefore that's about it. So, you know, like that's the thing. Why are you in light mode, bitch? That's not supposed to happen. That's supposed to happen. So there is that. The other thing that is really important, at least for me, is the fact that this one is written in TypeScript React slash thing, and I don't understand shit in there. So that also doesn't help me in reading anything related to what the code is. Not saying that I understand more what is in there, but I do understand more and have the ability to look at stuff and say, well, technically, if I'm just reading the content, it just makes a lot more sense for me to just understand in how things are displayed, like why do they work and so on. Like that's just making a lot more sense to me. But overall, I still don't understand. Um, but yeah, that's also a thing. Um, and that statement right there is also true. Like done in two prompts and a good plan is basically what we have right now. Like ban is technically 2 days of work, and since then 3 weeks of polishing, making sure that the design is good, making sure that the things align properly and so on, that it's secure-ish, kind of. Obviously, it is like public data, so there is not a real need for security, but it's still secure-ish. So it's like 2 days of work. Whereas what you're probably building is how can I say that? Probably bigger and a bit more complex than something else. So, interesting. I don't know what that does, but that might do things. Might need to explain what that is. Mmm. Mmm. That button is bad. That's a bad button. That bad button. Bad button right there. I'm gonna complain about the design because that's the only thing that I understand here. But yeah, no, nonetheless, the thing that you said earlier is also like pretty true. The decompose and simplify for the LLM to understand is something that the LLM is good at. You might need the right model. So before you go, uh, there are some models that have like a greater understanding capacities, and there are some models that have a greater actionable capacities. Lately, the Google models have been better, and weirdly enough, and I hate it for that, but weirdly enough, Grok is pretty fast, but I don't use it often. Like I just use it when I don't have enough tokens left, and also because it was free for a while. But yeah, you might need something like augment of code to go through your entire code base once and then use it for finding out how to do things a bit better. But yeah, nonetheless, have a good rest of your day and take care of yourself. That needs to change. That needs to change. So yeah, things. Cool. Cool. That also was a bit of a pain in the ass. So if you remember, on Friday, no, yes, maybe, I don't know. On Friday, if I opened Stoney's page and then I went to, I don't know, maybe Sakei's page, which has nothing in it, which is also light mode, and then back to me, it would load my page in light mode because the settings was based on locally stored values instead of the person value, which is kind of weird. So now I've fixed that as well. It's pretty useful to get access to this. And then based on the thing that you said earlier, Stony, which is absolutely true, I should have some sort of a brain. I should have some sort of a brain. Yes, no, I should have some sort of an edit button right here, like a thing that is similar to what Bento has right here, that just move me from visualizing the page to going into edit mode. But yeah, that's something. I think that's something that I will have to do later-ish to make sure that that entire thing works. But yeah, it's gonna be fine. It's going to be fine. Did I do that? I did do that. That's what's missing. In the first place, or in the yeah, in the first attempt I had like the divider right here, so that it seems like this is the all of the messages links that you wanted to have. So we'll see. And then Bento is also doing something. Yeah, but I don't like it. I don't like it. I also don't like the fact that editor slash is the routing. I like the bento routing of just if you logged in, you can edit your stuff, and if you're not logged in, you can just see. That makes a lot more sense. But yeah. Also, I don't like this. That kind of pissed me off because I feel like I should be in a row and column based system where if I move something here, only the mom UI kit thing should move back there. Like I should be able to do that. But no, for some reason that doesn't work. So, you know. But yeah, no, that edit mode is kind of not what I like. And no, not that. And here, each of these cards are basically in view mode and edit mode at the same time. So if I click on the card, not click and hold and then move around, but just click on it,
Magtropal is now following.
I just go to the page. Whereas for me, if I click on it, it doesn't do shit. Magtropal, hi, welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. So that's something that I want to add, like just giving you the ability to just click on something and trigger an open link. And I feel like that as soon as I do so, I will have an easier time in converting into something like this that is telling you, well, you have the things, you can edit whatever you want. But if you click and drag, then you have the things properly navigating. And if you click and click, it just opens the proper page. You know, like I feel like that's better. But we'll see. We'll see when I figure it out. That's not for today. That is not for today. Nonetheless, the acquisition of the data for or from the GitHub things is now a bit better, which implies that the worker is probably a bit better as well. The code of the worker is probably a bit better to achieve something for the rest, like for the TikTok, for probably the Instagram and Twitter pages as well. Might be a bit better to fetch some content. But then again, I don't know exactly what we have in the OG content. So that's a debatable point. Um, but we'll see. But we'll see. At some point, I will need to figure it out. Um, so yeah, we will see. It's working though. I would say that's the thing that I like so far. It's doing what it's supposed to do. Instagram is not doing what it's supposed to do. So I need to figure that out. And then specifically, it's not doing what it's supposed to do here. Or here. So that's debatable. And then a lot of cards just don't work on their own. So gonna see. I also really don't like this design, but I don't have a choice. If I were to display it like this by default, even though I like it better, and the glow are very glowy, and that's just a detail, it's too close. Too close to the existing bento designs. That's not for the next 3 months, because bento is dying. We need to replace it. That's the thing. That is the thing. But then again, as I just said, I now have this one. So with that in mind, it allows me to get more thinking and more proper outputs. So that's going to help for all of these things that I have been struggling with. And right now, what needs to be switched is the fucking border. The border is on the container, not on the content of the container. This makes no sense. Yeah. I think the whole design that I did here is wrong. And I need to fix it. I need to fix that. Whatever. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see when that happens. But it's a working proof of concept. It's a very strong proof of concept, to be honest. And so far we have 14 users. Yay. Non-paying users, though. So that's sad. That is sad. That needs to change. That needs to change. I was thinking about doing what Jan just did for the Nuxt thing with the gradient at the top, like having like one of the orbs. You know, one of these. But I don't know. Feels off. Something feels off about it. Where we at? Where we at? There. I thought we were supposed to have the copy URL somewhere else. Let me add you back. It's the only one that we are missing. I mean, not really. That's not what I wanted to do. Do we want the confetti to be above everything? I feel like it would match. It would match. Yeah. That would probably work. That would probably work. Cool. Um, cool. I don't know how I can do that, by the way, Stony. That's something that we talked about 2 years ago now, I think. Um, right now, the the settings and everything are held into the local storage, I think. Uh, Officially speaking, it's also like inside of the URL, right? But then it doesn't work unless you are logged in inside of the OBS browser as well. And I don't really understand how Stream Elements do the porting, where you are right in their overlay stuff, and you just copy a fucking URL and you're done with it. That's the thing that I don't get. I don't know why and how they achieve that. So if you know, I would love to know. I would love to know. Like these ones. Yeah. I mean, not that much, to be honest. There is like 2 Ash stuff. I'm guessing they have uh, a hash that is linked to the settings, that is linked to, like, that's the overlay itself, and that's the settings inside. And in Stream Element server, it fetches the correct stuff, including like the access token and so on. Probably. That's probably the case. Probably the case. I don't know exactly how I could do that though on my own. Because I'm not necessarily like saving the entire login stuff. I guess the issue is still the authentication. That just doesn't make any sense. That's not how things work in my head. But yeah, that would be the overlay ID, the widget ID, and then you have the settings Ash. So yeah. Dan, hi, welcome in. Welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything going? Yeah, no, that's a bit of a trickier things for me to understand. I could do that, but it's also like really, it would imply having servers, right? It would imply having servers and having a, a user base. Somehow you log into the platform, and I know that you're logged in, and you have like a true user portal and the true content and the true things. So, so that might be an option, an easier option, I guess. I don't know, but yeah. What's the dread about? That's important to know. That is important to know. Um, Language app is pretty good. I'm adding a new dictionary soon, as in the next drop, there will be a new dictionary related to the onomatopoeia. So specifically in Japanese, we have so much words that are related to how things are. So something that is fluffy is going to be fua. Something that is uh, like shiny is pika pika. So Pikachu is kind of similar. Like people know about that, but like pika pika is flashy, basically. So all of that, these things, puri, and all of the onomatopoeia that people are using in Japanese are extremely useful to know because they unlock so much in your speaking abilities, and that is um, is very useful. So that is going to uh, that is going to go into the next update, which I'm really happy with. I will see though if other things can happen, but yeah, other than that, uh, I've been working on Preview way more than Can, so different stuff, different roles, and different goals, but overall it works. Overall, it's good. Overall, it's good, which is the most important thing, right? Um, what was I about to say? I was about to say something, and then now I am out. Uh, we said something about the settings. Yes, goddamn brain. Holy shit. So yes, it is reversible things for the hash at the end of the URL. As always, the URL is not necessarily something that is sent to anyone else. It's just like you on your OBS thing. So I don't really care that right now the URLs contain the user token and the settings and so on, because you're supposed to just copy paste. If we go into the drop game um, from Pixel, whatever, Pixel Plush, what they do is um, you get that URL thing that is hidden, and then you will see like dot. So that's uh, that's an option, but it's basically the same concept anyways. So I don't know. I don't know. Um, Also, we know that person. You've been stuck in a job that has no benefits and pays minimum wage, feeling like I'm not good enough to get something better. Well, that sucks. That's not a feeling that you want to have. That is not a feeling that I want you to have ever. So, what is, I'm gonna go there. What is in your dread missing? What do you feel like is missing to like make you be good enough to get something better? What is currently the skills that you're saying, well, I don't have this and therefore I can't have anything else? Um, like, I know that for me, for the longest time, it's been, I don't know how to do 3D. And I was looking at 3D related illustration work in the beginning of my career because I was really interested in like Maya and Blender. And then I didn't really work on that, and therefore I didn't ever found a job in 3D modeling or 3D creations. But I knew that I needed to kind of work on that, and I did it. So that's one of the options, one of the things. But if you know exactly what is the skills that you feel not good enough, on, in, for, that might help to figure out exactly what could happen, what could be externalized, created, fetched from your skills. Um, you know, there is this girl on TikTok that is creating these very, very good videos about learning how to rewrite something that is considered as a waste of time into a proper resume skill. So, for example, for people that are playing Genshin Impact a lot, she said something about managing resources and allocating key players for specific task, which is basically the whole game of Genshin. When you need to have your resource, you need to select which characters you want to use for that moment of the fight and so on. That's the type of shit that you could do potentially to just rephrase some of your skills into um, different things. But yeah, get better at C sharp. God damn. In Java, since I'm working on C sharp at work, but I also like working 95 was just mostly JavaScript and TypeScript. I fear my current skills in code, which are inexistent, don't worry about it, are here. You have more understanding than me, that is for sure. But you have the ability to just say, I have this thing, and I can use an AI assistant model thing to make it better. And with your skill, you might have like a better output than what I have, just simply by I need this thing to be written in C sharp instead of whatever. Help me out, and then it just works. So that's an option. That's something that you can do. But overall, from memory, it's been a while since I looked at C sharp code. It is pretty simple, as in it's a bit straightforward as a programming language compared to some of the other like JavaScript and TypeScript that have a lot more abstraction, at least from my memory. So I feel like learning C sharp might be like something that is easier than learning one of the newest frameworks, even though the newest frameworks need something else. But then again, as Tony said, if you want to rewrite your bot in C sharp instead, that could be something interesting for you to practice and upskill and get some more data point on your skills in there. Um, AI is great at any language that is older than 2 years old. So AI is going to be really, really good at older code like C sharp. That's going to be really, really, really simple. Um, yeah, there is something that is necessary when it comes to um, like I said that to Khalil last time. Basically, right now the industry is not looking for a designer or junior devs. Like the industry is looking for people that have the skills that the AI doesn't have yet, because they replaced the junior devs with some of the AI generation that just create mockups really quickly, and it's good enough for them for the pre-seed and so on. For the devs, you will have so many new apps that drops on the app stores and on websites that just look the same because the people that are building them don't have taste. And I'm saying taste as in a general term, not like you don't have taste at all, but it's just like a designer will have the taste of understanding how things are supposed to work together, and therefore the output is going to be better, even though it's still vibe coded apps. You end up with something that looks better, um, just because taste came in and was like, you know what, this looks better. Um, so that's the thing. But yeah, I mean, right now the designer with vibe coding skills is the 2 years ago design engineer uh, title thing that we had. So if you were a designer that had the ability to go into a code editor and edit some stuff with Tailwind, very basic stuff, you were considered a design engineer. Now you are a design engineer when you have the design skills, but then you go into Cursor and you say, let's build a prototype of this thing, and it just does it, and you're done. So it's a bit of a different thing. So the vibe coding skills is useful. The only issue that I have with this is that the inference that we as designers are putting out is so much higher than the inference of devs. Devs know kind of where to guide how to do stuff, and therefore they will be like, okay, this is something that I can write myself. I can have the AI write it, but I'm not sure how it will like output it, or what syntax it will use, or what specifics it will use. I know exactly what I want as a dev, therefore I will write it myself. But then designers, we don't know shit. That's the first thing. And therefore, any single file needs to be specified and AI generated, which means that the inference and the cost of a designer engineer today is way higher than a dev. Specifically, if you have like an enterprise cursor plan, that will cost probably 3,000 to 6,000 bucks a month per user, per designer. So that's way more than expected. So don't do that, maybe. I don't know. Um, but yeah, no, nonetheless, I do think that any code language like C# would be pretty good for bots. If you know streamer bots, it's C# inside as well. Like this thing that has been updated finally with a new design. Can you believe it? It's crazy. It's crazy. That design is better. I don't know. Different. Yes. Um, but yeah, that whole thing, the entirety of the code inside is still like a C# based uh, scripting. So yeah, you can create your bot in C#. That's that. There is no question about that. No question about that. It will work. Really interested in the fact that they use these icons. Um, yeah, it is really good. StreamerBot is a very, very good uh, platform. If it was on macOS, I would use it on macOS. But it doesn't. So I'm on Atom. That's it. Um, but you know, it's basically the best option here, and I wish Nate had something that is like open source ish about StreamerBot. That would have been like such an amazing way for me to just deep dive, like fork that thing and figure out how to transfer that to a Mac platform. Like, that would be great. But obviously, that's not the plan. One day, maybe? I don't know. I could ask them, for sure. Uh, I don't think it makes sense, from my point of view, to have something that is closed source and free. Like, that's rare. It's specifically the free part. It's kind of rare to have a free platform that is not open source in the dev community. There are like a lot of free tools that are not open source for sure, but from someone that is a dev that it has been like by streamer for streamer, you know, I miss voice control. That is the only reason why my PC is currently running StreamerBot right now, for the fuck counter. That's it. That's the only thing that I'm missing from StreamerBot by default. ATEM doesn't have this yet, and macOS in general, I could build my own. Like, I know that this would be a thing. I could build a thing that is WebSocket linked to OBS, or simply just linked to my stream, that just use the mic and run Whisper on device to capture audio, and then when it detects some of the words, just send a message in chat. But for some reason, I haven't done that yet. So, yeah. But yeah, no, and the entirety of the bot can be made in C, and you can for sure get better and get out of your dread by practicing something that you know will make you better. So if C# is the thing that you need to work on, create a new project in C# only that does something specific for you that you think can be used or reused by someone else to fix a problem, to do
Standard pointer
something,
is now following.
and so on. And you should be good. Standard. Welcome on in. Thanks for the first message and the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. It has that many, Stony? I don't know. I'm not aware. Well, welcome on in. We do mostly design stuff around here, even though lately I've been doing some cursor assisted code because I have no skills. I usually do some design stuff, or at least I help regarding design related content. But lately we've been in the code for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why. I see. I don't, seriously, I don't know about that. That's the reason why that, see? I don't know shit. I'm guessing I could help in front-end related code, but like in front-end related in iOS. That's the only thing where it makes sense because that's the only place where I have a bit of skills. Not a lot, not a lot, but you know, uh, yeah, yeah. Um, there is events with external provider, like, oh, you mean like the Patreon, the how is it called? Yeah, coffee and so on. Yeah, that's the one I was looking for. Yeah, I guess yeah. Mm. But technically, I just care about the voice control stuff, so I don't know much. I don't know much. Um, so yeah, standard. If you have like a project that you like, that you've worked on, and you need some design related stuff in there, feel free to just share a link in chat. We can take a look at it. If you are looking for design review and so on, or direction in where to go, what to do, I'm here to help. Also, that link is not gonna help anything. Anything. Um, See, man, there are some C# stuff happening. Yeah, whatever, whenever, wherever, everything is fine. I'm here to help, design wise. Uh, that bad. It's just my homepage. It's just my homepage. Uh, Something is pissing me off about this. Um, Something is not. It's not that bad, to be honest. It's not that bad. Also, that's wrong. I need to fix that. Yeah, which I don't understand because it seems to be like harder in a way. But then again, it's also like more versatile and you can do whatever the fuck you want with it. Um, so yeah. Um, what do you mean emojis are not black and white? Where? In the chat? Or in here? Oh, these ones? Yeah, no, that's on purpose because that's going to go away soon and it needs to be visible. Like it needs to attract the eyes. This is something that I kind of wanted to talk about on oh, did I like this thing? Oh, I hope I did. Oh, that I like this thing. Yes, for sure. I've also liked so much shit in the past few days, but let me let me see. Please, please, please tell me I did that properly. I think I didn't. Maybe I did. There was a guy, I guess I'm expecting, that posted a design, and it was good design but really bad at the same time, and I also Let's take a second. Uh, Anyways, moving on. Uh, I have a feeling I haven't liked the thing, and because you can't go back to what you've seen, I'm probably not gonna find this. Ah, so sad. Yeah, I didn't. Oh, for fuck's sake. Basically, it was great design from a designer point of view, great skills, but then you look at the not the accessibility, but like how the thing worked. This is similar to the thing question, but also it's not like it's not this one, uh, and it just didn't make sense anymore, which is it's so sad. If you ever see these stairs in your life, you will uh, you will hate yourself when you are down these stairs. I think I explained that before. This is a very small island in Japan, or close to a small island in Japan, um, and you go up to the top of the like uh, sightseeing thing, and then there are stairs. There is a path, and you happen to arrive here. You can go down. You arrive near the rocks. There is a cave that you can explore. The thing that you don't know is that when you are at the bottom of these stairs, you can't go back. You need to go take the stairs back up. And you were pounding the whole time to arrive to the top. And now you don't know that you need to go back to the top a second time. So don't go down. Don't go. This is not the person, but it's very similar. God damn. Huh, I'm not gonna find it. I'm going to post that are like in the past few days, because it's probably in there, but goddamn. The main issue that we had with these that design, I'm trying to find something similar, but I know I won't find it, is everything was exactly designed by designer. And you can see that. You can tell that it's crafted, it's well crafted, it's good looking, it has the elements that you want it to be, and it's great. But then when you look at it from a user point of view, you don't know what's happening. You have nothing really. Like if I'm looking at this one, for example, you know exactly what the creator of this platform wants you to look at. There is this big ass blue button at the top. That's probably the first action you want them to see. And then there is these dots that are to specify that these are new. And then you have the high priority, which is the third thing. This is a lot of hierarchy of information that is really good. The design question I'm trying to find, which I'm probably not going to find, is or was something that had no direct, like, immediate thing that you were looking at and you were like, oh yeah, we need to do that in that page. That makes sense. That's the thing that they want me to do. That's what I know for a fact. Yeah, well, I can't find it. Oh, goddamn. So that's something that I feel like the emojis help here, because you are like, everything is black and white, and then this thing stand out. That's the reason why they are emojis. Otherwise, I would have done the exact same thing that I've done in the chat here, which is black and whiting the text by default. But yeah, no, I know. I know. That's sad. I wish I could have found it. And obviously I didn't comment on it. It's not theirs, but it's kind of similar. They have created similar things in the past. Anyways, so yeah, no, overall, I would say right now, C Sharp is probably something that you, if you have the base and you have the understanding, something that would take you not so long to practice and create a new project or start a new project or transform a new project. No, transform an existing project to C Sharp to get the skills that you feel like you're missing. And then there is also something else that you can do, which I am not recommending. Please do it. Uh, but lie on your resume and say that you have the skills, get hired, and that way um, you don't have any other way. You need to know the thing because you got hired for the skills that you said you had and you don't have, and therefore you need to learn. So that is something that I can recommend. You don't do it. Uh, it's just like you don't have any excuses. You just need to. You don't have a choice. You said that you could do this thing, and yeah, you need to. So that is one of the recommendations that a lot of people have been telling me as well. Is just like, well, you have these skills. You have the beginning of understanding of these skills. You don't have the entirety of the skills, but you are good enough to get it to work. And so with that, you just lie a little bit, just a smidge, and you say you do have the skills and you are greater than what you said you had, and then they hire you and you don't have a choice. And then you will learn the things in 2 weeks and you will get better in 2 weeks because you don't have a choice. That sometimes work, depending on how your brain works. That might be a great motivations or the great downfall of yourself. Depends on you. But maybe do it. Don't do. I don't know. Depends. It's the similar thing as, um, you know, um, yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing that you can do. I'm really scared for devs. I'm not gonna lie. I am really scared for devs and job security for devs, um, because like it's having someone that knows how to code. Damn, having someone that knows how to code was uh, really expensive 10 years ago when I started to get interested in coding, and that my dad was saying, well, this thing seems to be interesting for the future. I don't know if you want to pick it up. And I said, no, dumbass. But, um, like in the beginning, having a dev that was good and that knew what they wanted to achieve and that like solved the problems and so on properly with the code in a way that is elegant and good, expensive. And then now, in the past 3 years, it's basically just it was super expensive, and we had like job title was 2 mil a year and so on, specifically in the US. Um, and now it's just like, well, everyone can achieve the same results roughly of code quality, of code output for $200 a month. So your job security is extremely low. The thing that is keeping you high level is the fact that you know how things work and you know how to like figure out what needs to happen in order to improve upon a system, for example. So that to me is where you might need to improve your skills rather than your technical skills. Um, Similar for designers, I'm saying that again. A junior designer nowadays is like extremely uh, useless. Sorry, but yeah, it's kind of useless when you have something like Nano Banana that can generate an output of a potential website in less than a minute. The thing is pretty good overall, and the structure makes sense. So that leaves the good designers remaining as you need to understand why you made these decisions, and you need to understand and be able to explain why these needs to change. So your value in the skills that you need to have is taste for how things are supposed to look, but also taste in what makes a good product, what makes something work better than other platforms, and so on. And that is not something that junior designers will have access to in the beginning. And that's one of the reasons why also I'm kind of scared about junior designers. I'm like, my job security as someone that has been designing and understanding product for the past 20 years is higher in some level than junior designers that just entered the market and can only recreate what they've seen without really understanding what happens. So it's just it's a bit of a weird dilemma right now for me to say get better at the skills of coding or designing, because I have a feeling that this is going to go away. But in a sense, you do need the skills of coding and or designing in order to make sure that what you are about to achieve is proper. So yeah. Um Understanding architecture, understanding like the reasoning, the why, and explaining that is more important to some companies. Um, so yeah, yeah. I mean, if you don't care about the language so much, try to figure out thinking. I know, big ass skills, but thinking for yourself and thinking about the project, the product, the thing. Decomposing is one of the skills that I acquired myself really early when I was doing the research for the design of apps. And I've said that before, but I'm going to say that again. um, in the early days of my design interest and design career, I was doing something that I think make me stand out nowadays a bit more, but then I stopped doing it, so that's kind of sad. And that is download the top 100 apps on the App Store in each and every category every week and test them out and understand why they work and why they are in the top 100. And I did that for 6 years, roughly. Yeah. So every Monday, I was taking one of the categories, going through the top 100, download all of the apps on my phone, create an account, follow the onboarding, look at the design, understand why it works, why this one was in number five and not number one, what was the reason, why did we have more, like a lot more users in that one specifically, what was the retention metrics that they use, how did they figure out that things to work, and so on. And so I did all of that for 5 to 6 years on a weekly basis. That now gives me the ability to say, oh, that thing that I saw 5 years ago, 8 years ago, 10 years ago now, um, that is the reason why this thing is working today. Or that's something that we can take as a reference to then reuse and see its like evolutions through time. Maybe that thing is went from what I remember to something else to something else to something that we have today. And that's the differentiating factor that needs to be taken into consideration for your project. God, that nose is not happy today. Um, so for you, it might be the same exact thing with uh, a dev length. So you end up on a page and you're like, how the fuck did they do that? What is the architecture? What is the logic behind this pattern? So Stony, for example, unlocked something for me last week of saying in band specifically, you would rather benefit from having something that allow the user to just see their images, the thing that they have uploaded themselves, rather than have them upload their image all the times. So, for example, here, here, and here, these are the same three images. They are the five icons. There is nothing that I had to upload. But if I had to, this image would have been uploaded 3 different times before last week's discussion, because I didn't really think about that. And Stony having the knowledge and the understanding of how things work in the back end, and that's not my case, it made more sense for him to suggest you should just let me upload something and then reuse it when I need to, rather than ask me to upload the same thing 3 times because I want to use it in multiple places. That makes a lot of sense. That's the thing that I didn't think about. And now that's something that I have in my head. And so if I build another app that needs or will have user upload, then the structure, the architecture will be by default ensuring that it also has some sort of a watermark or a folder system with the username. It is cheaper for you. It's better UX from my point of view, from your point of view. Technically speaking, I don't want to have to allow you to upload images. I want this thing to work by default. Like, for example, here, this image is the OG image that is fetched by the link, and that's it. Like, I don't host anything. I save it in cache, but that's just the link itself. So it's easier, it's faster, and I don't need to have everything. But if I wanted to get this image here, for example, then I wouldn't necessarily be able to do so. I would need to upload it, and that would be something. So, makes sense. I need to fix this, though. That makes no sense. But, yeah, so learning the architecture is probably going to be a good option. I'd say the best thing that you can do for this is test to understand, but that's also very much more complicated for you as a dev than it is for me as a designer. Because if I go into here, which I'm not going to be able to do if I don't do that. If I go into here and I just say, I download this app, I can then see the things and understand the reasoning behind why something is in that place and what it makes sense. Technically speaking, I don't know what happens. I wouldn't be able to go in games is not going to be a good option, but I wouldn't be able to go into the social networking section and take something that is not a dating app. Apparently, everything is a dating app. Something that I don't know about. This, like, what is the reason? What did they do? Um, why is it good? Technically speaking, how do they have this thing implemented? I don't have that ability. You may have a bit of a better understanding of things and therefore say stuff about around the functional things of, well, it's probably going to be something like that or that, but that's all you can extrapolate from the app itself. Whereas design wise, I have so much that I can tell from the visuals, like who are they targeting, why are they doing this way, what is the links, um, like it looks like something that is Snapchat oriented based on the UI for sure. I don't know if this is something from Snap Inc., but no. Um, I have like so much data on this just by looking at it. Whereas for you, you don't really have that much uh, information. So yeah, it's a bit more complex. The only thing that I can think of right now is blogs, I guess. Like for me on I guess it's on the reading list at this point, and this one is dead, which is really sad. But blogs like this, for me, have been really important and useful to figure out SwiftUI and what is a better option. Um, like I I know better because I've read some of these things. I made sure that I understood this entire thing. Um, and again, because it's SwiftUI, it's very easy for me. It's just this is such a native way of speaking. Like you have a rectangle, and then on it you had a fill, a frame, a shadow, an overlay, a gesture, and a higher priority gesture. It just makes sense. What else do you want? So yeah, I'm sure you can find materials. And again, blogs are going to be really useful for explaining things. The issue for me as a dyslexic person that therefore doesn't really read much is I need someone to explain things in a way that is not expecting me to know everything that they are talking about, otherwise I wouldn't be reading, but also not a 5-year-old. Because right now, a lot of these tech blogs are AI generated. Sorry, it happens. But the writing system is usually telling me things as if I was 5 years old, not knowing anything. And I need to be at that limit. Like I am personally at the limit of I don't understand shit, but I understand a lot. And so that's really difficult to find a place where they are not explaining to you what a div is, but also like an API call doesn't make any sense for me in a sense. Like in technical term, I don't really know what happens. I know what it does, but I don't know what happens. So it's a bit complicated. But you can 100% find like a, a blog, a person specifically that will help. And again, if you are not someone that likes to read, which is my case, there is this small app that a lot of people have heard of, which is YouTube, that gives us a lot of content related to code and other platforms and other things, other skills. Uh, that is really good. You can see exactly what I'm looking at on a regular basis. You have some Japanese content because I need to get immersed in whatever language I have. You have some code content in Japanese, so that's really important. And you have some construction stuff in Japanese because that's fun. But yeah, no, overall, you will find content for sure. Like there is so much content all over the place that you will find things. Um, Apple is good. Apple is good for an intermediate explanation of things. So all of the WWDC's videos from different years are all good for my level of understanding. Like I don't understand much, but the way that they explain things is high level enough for me to get it, and then I can then go lower or deeper in what they have in mind, and then understand like a bit of a better outputs. So there's that, and then they've been doing a lot of code along sessions in the past few months, which is pretty impressive from Apple's point of view. A lot more dev content, which is impressive. So yeah, you will find content for sure. The one of the things that I kind of want to touch on, which is similar but not exactly similar, but kind of adjacent content is extremely important for your brain to grasp concepts. So, what do I mean by that? If you are someone that is currently building an app, and let's use that instead, right? And I'm building an app for learning a language with Japanese, like this one. I can find similar app or adjacent content that will help me better understand the structure and architecture that I need to focus on and follow for this thing to work. So, if you are someone that is looking at this section, it's a per character progress value that is ensuring that every time you have a tap or view, the character itself is going to animate and take, like, let's take this one, the tiny one at the bottom right here. I'm going to long press it. That is giving us all of the stages at once so that you can see the animations. It doesn't really matter, but that's the gist of it. This system of just saying every time I tap, the character is getting brighter or more visible because it's the thing that I'm supposed to be learning. This is basically a gauge. So the adjacent concept is a filling gauge from 0 to 100. And so when you can explain the concept of the thing in smaller words or simplified version of what you're trying to achieve, it helps you understand the architecture behind it, because instead of saying, well, every time you tap, it changes its progress value, it's going from 0 to 100, and that's about it. Technically, for others, it's going from 0 to 6. 6 is my 100, but then it goes above that because you need to know, in Japanese specifically, how much time you've read something to make sure that you have understood the concept and all the words and all the character itself. So that is one of the adjacent concepts that I can have here specifically. It's just like it's a push button that every time you tap it, it increments by a certain amount of percentage. So it's a click-based action, and it's just going from 0 to 100, and then when it reaches 101, it's at its maximum pass thing. You have so much stuff that are very similar in your business apps, project things that you can just transpose, as in maybe you are building an e-commerce platform. So Amazon is going to be your um, initial reference, let's say, because it's an e-commerce platform. But what is an e-commerce platform in reality is just a collection of things. So a blog or Pinterest can be transposed in an adjacent project concept to get the design from adjacent work, Pinterest, into an e-commerce platform so that you have that grid of Pinterest, but it's just products. That could be interesting. That could be absolutely devastating to a conversion because you never know where the thing is going to be and there is no structure. So that's not a good example, but it's basically the same thing. It's a collection of things that person A can buy, and that's just what else can you do? Adjacent work is extremely important. So for you, in coding and creating structure in your code base, understanding how to make things more scalable, you will have adjacent work in architecture, physical. You will have like physics adjacent work as well in terms of scalability, making sure that things are not exploding. This is a very physical aspect of like concept. So if you add beads into a balloon, at some point the balloon is going to explode because there is not enough space and not enough stretch for the things to contain the amount of beads. That is an adjacent work for your database scalability to make sure that at some point you reached a level of user base that is too great for the container that you have and it's going to explode. So you need to basically diversify your containers to make sure that that does happen. That is adjacent work research. We can do that. The main point that I'm trying to make on this one is don't disqualify something because it's not immediately related to what you're trying to achieve. I've done that in the past. That's the reason why I know now that it's easier for me to just say, oh, you know what, this could be implemented somewhere else. This could be something different. This could be used in a different way. This could be flipped upside down and working differently. That helps. Like the system that I have here, which is a tad wild, just a tad. I have my database with the perfumes. The database with the perfume is on device. I then sync that database with my online database. And they basically have a mirror of all the records inside of them. So if I make a change on the online database, it's going to change in the local database. All of that makes sense. The thing is, when a user that has a very specific status, me, an admin, is creating a specific type of entry from my device, it's going to sync to the online database and then dispatch it to all of the users. And I'm doing this for one specific part of the data so that other users that are not myself can do the exact same thing and have some sort of a crowdsourced database without really have a crowdsourced database. because people don't really know that this is happening. It's just that data is not linked to the user in any way, shape, or form. The structure of that part of the record can be synced without having any tie to the user themselves. And therefore, I end up with a crowdsourced-ish database with data that is coming from all over the place and then redispatched to all over the place. And that is not something or not an architecture that people would think about if they haven't seen crowdsourced system prior to that. So it's just everyone is getting in. There is moderation happening, and then everything is redispatched when needed. That is a different architecture that, yeah, I haven't seen anywhere else with that level of like annoyance that I've made myself because, yeah, it's annoying. But yeah, like that's the thing that you can also have. It is adjacent work. My crowdsourced database system is basically something that I saw somewhere, and I was like, oh yeah, I can apply the same principle to this design concept, and yeah, um, yeah. Have a good work session. Appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, but it will work. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. You're gonna find less dread in your work, and everything is gonna be fine. Overall, that's the point. That's the point. Um. Oh, I need to figure that out. That's true. That is true. God damn. I forgot about that. Um. I forgot about that. Ooh, that's a different timing. Okay. I have an HOA meeting in 2 days. No, in 3 days. In the middle of the afternoon. Basically right now. I mean 30 minutes ago. In 3 days. Makes no sense. And I forgot about that. I mean I didn't forget, but yeah. The reason for me going there is because the people that are supposed to take care of the HOA kind of thing, which is not an HOA like the US, but it's kind of the same thing, has decided to move to the Canadian land. So now someone else needs to take care of that. God damn. Yeah. I mean, the other girl that I'm going with is the neighbor downstairs is told me that it was like at 5:30 in the afternoon, and it's apparently at 3:30 in the afternoon. So that's different. But the reason for that is because the person that is in Canada needs to be available, and therefore that's gonna be at like 9:30 for them in the morning. So we'll see how that works. We'll see how that works. But yeah. God damn. Everything is a mess. Everything is such a mess. What's the? Can you give me a bit more context about the link that you shared earlier? The next things, the platform presentation, whatever, with the QR codes. I really didn't understand what it was. Um, the only thing that I got was there is a QR code. You can present stuff, but I don't know what you can present, and you have a limited time. That's what I understand. What's the point? What is the point? Um, present our startup to recently with so many everyone only has 30 seconds. Oh. So basically, the thing that we had earlier with when I launched the room and I opened the display, I will have the next up in the queue right here. So everyone can join this with just scanning the QR code. And then when you scan, I don't know exactly what happens, but yeah. Can show an image and link about their things without the host needing to assemble PowerPoint. So I'm expecting, you know what? If I do this, I'm opening that on my phone. I can add my name, join the room, and then I'm supposed to have something, and I can be the first to present. I can submit stuff. Damn, that's crazy. Sorry. I'm gonna do that to see. Can upload a tagline, my project, in whatever. I can upload some medias, and I can join the queue. In which case, I'm right here, and if I press space, hmm, hmm. If I press space, the thing that I'm thinking is I don't know exactly how to promote someone to present. I'm guessing I would need to get the admin QR code in order to push someone from the queue, right? So if I say next, I then have me, which is probably linked to this with the mic, and I have the time. I'm currently over time by uh, no time, but I have 30 seconds with that. Um, is it automated though? That I feel like that could be an interesting thing. Also, the colors are pretty cool. Not gonna lie there. That's neat. Um, and so after that, I can say next. It goes to the next one. You know what? Asprini, not gonna lie. Overall, good job. um, I would say the potential good things, right, would be if I am the one creating the room, I would load the page in admin mode rather than loading the page in uh, presenter mode or presentation mode because I created the thing. Therefore, I am kind of the admin, or I'm expected to be. Um, or at least have these on the side of the preview screen. So in there, if I am the admin, get myself like a bit of a sidebar with the controls or the controls at the top, something that can be expanded to make it like a bit easier for the person that created the room to access stuff. But yeah, overall, it's pretty cool. Um, I mean, pretty useful, specifically with the use case that you have of so many people that are joining and trying to pitch and present and so on, and you need like a 30-second timer for everyone to retain the overall timing of the event, I guess. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Design is good. The app on the phone is pretty good as well. So, yeah. No. Uh, how does, how does, see, I'm going into the technical. Um, how do you clean up the data? Like, also, I don't have enough context, I feel like, uh, on the entirety of the things, right? Um, yeah. I'm rereading the chat, but that's, yeah. Um, I don't know if the audience um, can upvote, downvote, do things. How does, like, how do you save the medias? Are the medias um, split and then like outputted or cleaned up from the hosting servers after a day? Or I see. Mm. So you don't clean up? Yeah. I guess there is a need for an automatic. I mean, in my personal opinion, there is a need for an automatic cleanup of the data of users because yeah, it's just going to be safer for them to not have any data that is linked to their potential business presentation and stuff available somewhere all the time. But it's also fine. Um, but also if user can have like their own accounts, it's interesting. Yeah, it's mostly like for you because I'm guessing then in these events, if there is like many events and that happens often or more than once a month, you probably have something where the same person is going to come back to repitch. And so that might be a thing where you would like to have the ability to just reuse the same pitch deck instead of re-uploading it. Um, I think QR code in sometimes they need to be opposites. Like it depends on your. I think it depends on your phone. Like I don't know if the Android phone is gonna have the same behavior on this. Um, but it works. Yeah, no, this is, I mean, for me, this is fine on both. How did you, um, how did you define? God damn, brain is broken right now. The room code things. Like, did you decide to say take all the words in animal, take all the words in like first is always color based, second in animals, and third is like location, and then it generates based on so that you have an infinite-ish amount of probable outputs. Um, Interesting. Yeah, interesting. Hmm, that's interesting. I would say the overall like system is guessable as soon as you've been in like as soon as you've been in three places. Do you have the time on your side, by the way, Stony? That's an interesting thing as well. Um, but yeah, like if I know that your system is always going to use uh, a color, an animal, and a place with dashes in between. Hmm, could be interesting. Yeah, it's the same thing. I mean, um, I did upload a media, and it did upload, and it was there for a split second, but then it kind of didn't. Um, Kind of didn't work. The thing is, we already have um, things. I mean, I can wave to you, Stony. I don't know how that works. I received no waves. Um, and I don't think I have anything on this phone specifically that is or would be good enough for me to present. I'm gonna try something else. Let me join the queue that we can try that. Yeah, no, it works. So basically, the thing is, this has been uploaded, but not in the right spots. It's the same. It's the same media, but the earlier I uploaded it for the app icon or for the personal icon rather than the media queue. That's the thing. However, I'm still not. That's interesting. Um, nah, it works. Uh, I like that. I like the fact that you can go into the profile of someone else once they have presented and just say, I mean, not necessarily say something, but potentially like send a message, um, and so on. Oh yeah, I'm getting a profile not found when I'm trying to wave, and I can't wave at myself, which is kind of weird, which makes sense. Um, but that's cool. I mean, it again, it fixes one of your issues, one of your problems in your environment. So that's a good thing. And you end up with something that is just working. I do like that. I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good idea. And that's a bit debatable. I feel like the admin view might need more stuff from my point of view. Even though it's just for the admin, and I understand that you might want to get like this to be a very admin related stuff and nothing else. I might want to be able, from the admin point of view, to see the queue underneath and to see who already has passed, so that I can see, oh, in the queue there is this guy that is annoying every fucking time. Let me just kick them out. You know, that happens. Um, or maybe um, a way to reorganize the thing, because like you've been in contact with X person that is saying, "Oh, I only have until that time of day to be able to present. So can we bump me up in the queue? Like, is that an option?" Um, Even though not necessarily a good thing, Um, but it could be something. Um, at least the queue, at least who's coming up. Because if I'm the admin, I'm gonna see that. I'm not gonna see the page itself. So yeah. But I can go in the queue itself, which is interesting. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, my brain is braining right now. 1 second. Taking its time. um, I got mail. I'm gonna check the mail. Yeah. As you said, this is going to be projected on the wall somewhere, so you need the user that is presenting to be quick, 30 seconds or a minute or how long they have for that specific day. The only thing that I would say potentially could be additional pain for you, but also pretty good, is additional data, additional visuals. In a 30-second thing, it doesn't make any sense. But in the 1 minute, 3 minutes, whatever timer you have created, you could potentially say, user can upload as many images as they want, and it will just spread out in terms of timing. So if it's like 30 seconds and the user upload three images, it's going to be 10, 10, 10. If you say it's like 30-second and then you upload two, it's like 15, 15. That could be something. Or if the user keeps their phone in their hands, they could just tap on the phone for next media, and that could make it like a bit more interactive and cool for the presentations. But then again, for 30 seconds, not worth it. For anything that is above a minute, maybe an option. Like if the timer is greater than 1 minute, then you can present more than one thing at a time. However, I do love the speed. Like it's really neat. Like I don't know what you're using as a backend, convex or something, but that's neat. That's less neat though, but that's fine. But that's a cool concept. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I do. I'm a bit on the uh, unsure side when it comes to the admin section because everything is really square. But then on the front end, everything is really rounded. So there is a bit of a the discrepancy differences in these two things where I would probably have some sort of a more coherent in between the two. But then again, in terms of psychology and the thing that we have talked about before, Square is business related. It's really sharp. It's on time. It's great for admin. It's great for business. It's great for things that needs to be like respected, and like that's good. And then the presentation is a bit more friendly with the roundness. So I like the contrast in between the two, even though kind of weird. But it's interesting. Mm. You can start the timer from here. That's crazy. Yeah. No, I like the UI. I think it's a really. I know. I like that. I like the overtime as well. I think that's a very good addition. That's interesting. That is weird. Something's wrong about it. Something's wild about this thing. Yeah. That that is the thing that I don't know exactly. I would say if I press next, it should restart the timer. Like in my head. If on next, that means that that's the next person that is on stage if there is a stage, and therefore they're already like the I would take the other time for moving to the next person if it's again on a stage with a queue and so on. So people are just like waiting for their turn. And when that overtime is just like, okay, you shuffled around, you figured out that AOA is the next person, they're ready, it's good, you press next, it restarts the timer, and it's just good. Um, so I feel like that would be a good move overall. Um, for the admin, just to make the things a bit easier for everyone and faster to understand. But goddamn, can I work on it? Like that's yes. Let me be the annoying bitch that I am. All right. This timer is great. However, however, uh, the badge that is on top, which is called the eyebrow, is disrupting the layout by enough to make someone misclick something. So right here, I lost my buttons. So if I had the like um if I had my cursor as the admin on the right position, I'm potentially right. Let's say I'm here. I'm right there because that's where things are, and I'm waiting because I know where it's gonna be and so on, and I'm not exactly in the center and whatever. It doesn't really matter. But um, you do the thing that I said. You end up with a shift where I'm like, okay, cool, next, and then I press next, and it does nothing because my cursor is not in the right place, right? So I'm here, and then I'm not on top. So that's something that I would say potentially for benefits overall, getting the eyebrow to be visible and displayed at all times, regardless of the time, just saying like on time, uh, closing soon or something, just different text, but at least having that size properly accounted for, and or just having the badge replace the gauge at the bottom. Um, like that, you have enough space at the bottom to just like bump it a teeny amount. That would be okay. Um, right, just like it replaced the timing. That way you have like something that doesn't really layout shift. That would be a bit of a better thing. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter because technically if you're pressing enter or something and that's the last button that you pressed, then it's gonna press the things properly. So you don't care. But small detail. That's the only thing. The rest is pretty cool. The queue would be a really good addition for sure, as the admin to know who is coming in. But yeah. Um No, like this makes sense. Like this makes sense because we have uh, like a progress bar is going from left to right in most left to right countries. And so the fact that it's like decreasing, that makes sense. The only thing that I would say is potentially here, um, like since it doesn't have any impact and it doesn't show anything anyways, is it really necessary to have it? If you change that with what we just said with the overtime underneath, then you're good. But yeah, no, the decreasing from right to left makes sense. Um, it's just timer related. There is there's a sense of urgency when it comes to seeing something shrink. So if it was if it was growing up from left to right, as in it's the amount of time that you have, and then when you reach the end is just like overtime, um, it's filling up, and something in your brain is not necessarily urgent. If it's decreasing, you're like, oh shit, it's gonna run out. I'm running out of time. Psychologically, it makes more sense, but both work. But yeah, depending on how you want the speaker to be, if you want them to be kind of scared of the amount of time that they have left, decreasing makes sense. If you want them to know how much time they have and not stress about it, increasing makes sense. Both work. Right now, I think it's fine. Right now, I think it's fine. You might make it like bigger and as in taller so that it's a bit more visible, but overall, it's pretty good. And you use like monospace fonts for the numbers, so that's good. Nothing really stands out as, oh yeah, that needs to change today. Like that's fine. The only thing that I would potentially say or check is what happened if I go into my stuff. That's kind of sad. So if I'm on the if I'm on this page with everyone that is currently in the waiting room and someone is currently presenting, Stony is the next one, I'm the one right after. I would love to be able to press my stuff and edit the content without having to like uh, go back to present and then withdraw my submission and then add a new submission because that's a bit of a back and forth that is a dance that is fine, but uh, um, yeah, you need to have presented in order to be able to go back. So what I'm thinking about is like if I am in the queue, right? Let's say you have, as you said earlier, you have too many people coming in, and therefore, which is really good. Like that's a great problem to have. You have too many people coming in, and therefore they only have 30 seconds. So there is a queue. And if I'm in the queue and I join early, like I arrived kind of late, but I joined early in the queue, I would love to be able to save my spot and edit the things while I'm in the spot. And then it's going to be for my, like, about to be my turn. And I can just save something or it's auto save or something. I don't know. But I end up being presenting with the latest updated data that I had while I was in the queue rather than having to say, well, fuck, I missed something. I mistyped the name of the company. I need to get out of the queue, lose my spot, and then re-queue with the right name. That's gonna take me a while. So I just potential additional improvement. I don't know. Um, that can help. That can help a bit. What else can I say? No, overall the rest is good. Overall the rest is good. The color scheme makes sense. The urgency in the timer is pretty good. I'm kind of uh, I'm kind of sad that the values are 10 by 10. But I'm guessing it's like 33%, 33%, and 33%. For a 30-second thing, I feel like you should be in red all the time. And for a minute thing, I feel like you should be orange at 15 seconds and red at the last 5 or 10. Like there is a prorated values amount that makes sense to me in terms of timers. What? Yeah, no. Overall, you did good. The font is neat. The design is cute. The small texture in the buttons, obviously. I don't think you need customization. uh, if by customization you mean the admin can decide how the thing looks, if you meant customizing it now to make sure that the thing is still working, then yes, I agree. Um, but overall, yeah, that's I think the main thing that I would love to see here if I was the admin is who the fuck is coming up. Because I'm expecting myself as the admin to only look at the admin and the display or the projector. So, yeah, that's like I would see this and I would love to see the whole queue, like someone that is in the queue. Yeah. Um, yeah. I guess I mean, for me, this is something that is system based. And if you want to make that like an accessible product for the people that have like similar issues or similar event and timer constraints, then you would need some sort of these are my colors, so the accent color is not orange. Light mode, dark mode, potentially. I do prefer the dark mode if it's projected. If it's on a screen, I wouldn't mind the light mode. There is something about dark mode being more readable from further away that is important to remember as well. So a light mode projector will have a brighter output overall, but then the text is going to look smaller. And a dark mode projector is going to make the text and the content of the images and so on look a bit bigger and brighter overall because the projection needs to, like, it will bleed. So it makes things look a tad bigger, whereas the other way around, it's just shrinking. So that's something to know. You know, dimming zone and shit. If it's a big TV, then both work. Both work. But overall, everything is good. You did good, as always. I mean, last time you did good for Ihipa as well. So I just, you know, I know. Good job on the animation. I remember that. I remember we talked about that. Maybe have the animation of the thing sliding in from the bottom. But yeah, it's interesting as well, as Tony mentioned, it's interesting that it took similar color scheme. The fact that it's with Cloud Code, and you probably have worked with Cloud Code on this one as well, the probability of memory usage um, that, yeah. What did you struggle with on this? I mean, I kind of can understand, I guess, one thing. Was it like ensuring that you are doing the things in the right steps or the right steps in the right order? Um, ah, that's a different thing. That is a different thing. Yeah. Um, would you be willing to create content with private data that is not true? Because if that's the case, do that. Like, again, I have, no, I don't have that anymore, but I have made the executive decision on one of the person that I have in here, that it is the uh, sacrificial one. So I wanted to make sure that I have like all of the options. I forgot if it's this one or this one. It's one of the other. And obviously it's on the other platform. But it's like the test perfumes, and I just make sure that it has all of the cards so that I can just, you know, check, is my regular recommendation working? Is my cards working? Are the layering things working? And that alone is just what I'm using when I need to present the app for very specific use case. If I know that, that's not the case and I just want something that looks good for the presentation, I'm going to use one of these ones because of the amount of colors that we have in the background and how they are behaving together. It is one of the most prettiest bottle plus background gradients, like this one and this one, that I just love to showcase based on how that looks and the fact that it stands out from other things. Other than that, it's not really like private data. So if you can, I would highly recommend you do the exact same thing. You create yourself a container that is your test container that has image data, text data, and so on that could have been AI generated, so that you don't have to do much things. But yeah, I mean, do the person needs to connect, or can you just use the link? Because if you just want to use a link, I'm willing to use one of these. Like, that's fine by me. There's nothing to hide in my Pinterest. And yeah, if you want stuff that are related to like architecture, because it's the most viable thing with a Pinterest, you can use one of these. Like, that's absolutely an option. If you need something else, let me know. I probably have an account somewhere else that has data and content that you can use. As always, my me on the internet is not like a private thing, so that's a benefit. I would say that's the benefit from me as well for presenting content, presenting apps and stuff that I want to build. I'm not going to be secretive of what I'm sharing. And this one specifically, the one that I'm using most of the time for its value, I don't know if this one is saved on, um, ah, I forgot if this one is saved here. Yeah. This one, Yoram, hi, welcome on in. Good morning. The fact that this one, I'm basically mentioning that this perfume is reminding me of an old English pimp. Yep. It's fun. It makes sense. It works. And also, what I'm using that as a card for the presentation in a video on TikTok or some places. It just makes people laugh because it's just like, who the fuck are you? The one from today, the one from today is wild. The first whiff that I had this morning for that perfume was like this. This is the Big Mac sauce. And specifically, it is the iceberg lettuce that is diced. That was the smell for the first like 15 seconds, and then it moved on to something else. But by simply having this, that is true data and almost funny, but also actually like um, uh, my personal experience. When I'm sharing this in a video, people are like, "Who the fuck are you?" I mean, who the fuck describe perfume as a Big Mac sauce thing? Like that's not specifically these words. Like that's not supposed to be the case, but it was for like a split second. You know, it makes sense. It works. So I wouldn't recommend you to use real data if you're not willing to use real data. If you want to use one of my Pinterest boards, do that. If you want to use other things, use that. Yeah, that I mean that is absolutely true. That is absolutely true. My sister gifted me some French perfumes for Christmas, and it's not good. I told her. She knows. But yeah, no, for that video, for the thing that you want to do for YouTube, um, the more personal it would be, the better it would be received. And like that's a thing for YouTube. I would say the TikTok needs to be as personal as possible. YouTube can be personal or fake, and Instagram would rather be fake and perfect data in there. So yeah. Also, your taste buds are linked to your nose buds, so these two are linked together, and the combination of both can have outputs. Like today is an interesting woody scent with a lot of lemon in there, citrus. Um, I mean, not lemon, citrus specifically. So that is a limited time indeed. Now that we're here, we moved from one Yan project to another Yan project. Would help. I feel like this would be a better card overall if you reorganized things with like that on top and that at the bottom. You lose some width, but you'd have something a bit more impactful. Let me see if I can find one quickly. I doubt. I doubt. I'm gonna need to open the things. Probably. Probably. Me too. Me too. Not complaining here. Also, I know that what I have in mind and what I'm about to showcase might be a bit more complex to achieve if you don't have the habit of creating these things. Um, Obviously, I'm looking for the things. I can't find it. That's There's no question here. There's no question. If I'm looking for something, it's never going to be showcased. Um, no, not these. Not these. Xiaongshu has been really filled with uh, cool inspiration for me on the perfume app for the cards themselves and how like they have a lot of journaling in China, or at least there is a heavy journaling influence in my feed on Xiaongshu. So that's interesting. The thing that I'm looking for though is supposed to come up right there, but it doesn't. It's been a while though. It's been a while. I could just go there, but no. No, that's not gonna work. Uh, I think I've shared that before, and you've seen them as well, but I would go for a bit of a more AliExpress type presentation. Um, Before Ting Ting, that's for sure. That is for sure. Eh, close. One second. I'm looking for it. I'm looking for it. It means Chinese-based model for in-app purchases. Um, so it's a lot more creative than what we are used to, and it stands out so much, and it is such a great. That's debatable, but it is such a great eye catcher when people are not used to it. Specifically, most people that are not in Chinese related designer feeds will just see these things and be like, what the fuck is this? So that's an interesting one, but it's not exactly what I wanted to have. Um, why is it so hard? I'm gonna hope that it's soon, but god damn, why is it so... Why do I like so much stuff? That's the question. And why everything is titties, that's not true. Um, I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna go there directly, and that's gonna be easier. Yes, I was right. So, shit like this. Like, basically something that is like that. Um, you have like a... That is a very Chinese model, where you would have... Uh, they have like so many things, specifically with gift box, that they use often like this, that are really interesting. And so this is the regular AliExpress behavior, where you have the box that is a 3D things that stand out of the model, even though it doesn't. It's just like a transparent background. All of that is a very, very interesting um, output. And I feel like if you created something like that, even though it's like a bit more dimmed and less extravagant than the others, it could just stand out to have like your conversion rate uh, blow up just because of the illustration on the side of the thing. So, in my opinion, you would have something that is basically like this. You have your card that's gonna be tidy, like something like this, where it's your overall model with the data and the content and so on. Make that white for now so that's easier to understand. You have your title, your subtitle, with the descriptions and such, and then you would have the button to convert. So that's going to be there. Right. Very bad presentation, but it works. And then, because you want this to stand out, you just make that a tad bigger and you get your gift box. Basically something like this. That just stand out, and then you would have like other, potentially if you wanted like smaller gift boxes. You know. Something like this could stand out a lot more in the overall feed rather than what you currently have, which is this. Roughly. Right, you currently are here where content is just on one line. It's a bit weird. You have this thing that is on two line when it's competing with the overall readability of the content, but having something like this, which is like you arrive on the model itself directly, that's a more interesting potential right there. I have one in mind specifically, and it's exactly the AliExpress one. But I don't know if this account specifically has it. But I mean, again, be more Chinese, yes. Shit like this is just so good to. It's such a small detail that doesn't really impact the rest of the design, but it stands out, and it makes you look as a user. You're like, what the fuck happened? Who who allowed that? And then it's just good. But again, Chinese designers and creation, shit like this. Like that's basically the thing. It's a loop. You're right with the loot box thing, but a lot of the Chinese design is way different than what we're used to. So something like this that just work better overall. Or I mean, not necessarily work better, but just stands out more than the regular model can 100% take this to another level by just shifting things around and then having that in a more illustrative way. You don't necessarily need it to be like too illustrative like Xiangshu's doing. Like shit like this. Did I just spin it? Yeah, that. This one, for example, that's a 3D rendering, probably either 3D based and or AI generated. It's just an image. You can just use that. If you want the assets, like 3D assets for some reason, I don't know why you would, but we never know. UI 8, as always, is a great platform for anything 3D related. They have created like a ton of 3D assets that you can simply just take, and based on your use cases, you will go for something that is a bit more simple than the others. Like you might not go into the cryptocurrency section, but you might go into the limited, um, like more dimmed colors here and there to just use that. And these bundles, as always, if they exist somewhere in the internet, they exist somewhere else for free. I said nothing. You heard me say nothing. So they are like 16 bucks. And they are available somewhere if you want. I don't know. I don't know exactly where they are. I know they are on a lot of VK platforms and servers. Um, but nonetheless, in there, you can find them for sure. For sure. So yeah, shit like this, for example, could be a great addition because it's like clay-ish, no colors, simplified, can reuse some of the things that they have created. They have made so many. And then, as always, it is extremely easy to make. Like, you know, you can reuse one of these. The thing that is really cool as well is that they're giving you the Blender files. So once you have these things, you have the Blender file, you can change the text, you can change the content, the colors, whatever. And it's good. It's good. This one would work. This one would work. So that's one thing. And using that through in 3D as well, like in 3JS inside of the homepage would allow you to get like 3D rendering and 3D interactions if you wanted to just follow the cursor just a smidge. That's the thing. That's the thing. Would take 5 seconds to create and be done with it. I mean, maybe not 5 seconds because you wouldn't use Spline, but yeah, you get the idea. So yeah, all that makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. That's the only thing though. That is good. Um, it will be an option. It will be an option to just stand out, specifically because you have this 3D rendering here, and then you go into the 3D thing. That's pretty cool. And you have all the sections. Going back to what I said earlier, right, on the video presentation, it would make a lot of sense to present with perfect data. Um, I I love imperfect presentation because you end up showcasing exactly how the thing would end up being. So if you have an image that just have um, low contrast accessibility, or it's too big for the rendering, or some text that is really short or really long or whatever, it helps the users that don't really know what they would have in Heaper say, oh yeah, I can put whatever. And so that's something that is really useful in the long term for just like, okay, cool. I, I see that it is feasible to input like a very wide picture or a very tall picture or a lot of text or not a lot of text or video or GIF or GIF or uh, the 3D shaders. I don't know, somewhere in there. And that helps with the transitions and the people that are like, oh, I don't know if this is for me. Oh, they have the thing that I have. Okay, cool. So this is for me. Like that's the mindset. See that thing? I mean, on the landing page, that's the only thing that pissed me off is the alignment. And here we're good. So how does, going back to this one, because that's the question that I didn't ask and I wanted to ask, how the fuck does this stay live? Like, is it live as long as someone is on the page, or is it live for 24 hours and then it's dead? Is there something else happening? I also don't want to burn through your credits if you have credits or whatever, uh, while something is running in the background. So let me just close that on the other browsers. For no reason. The Android version is so shit. Yeah, but I mean, um, mm. But it's basically as long as someone is on the page with that slug, it is on. That's interesting. That's interesting. I also noticed that this is animated. I like that. Yeah, I wish I could. Well, it's slow, but it's slow enough to notice that something is moving. Um, but then again, most people don't stay on the hero page that long, right? Most people do this. Then they watch the video and then they do this, and that's it. I have lost the background. So that's normal. Gasface, welcome in. You arrive at the right time today. I'm not raiding right now, but you can ask a question to derail the raid that hasn't started yet. How are you? How was your weekend? How's everything? However, ah, ah, your your header has transparency at not 0%, and it's a small detail. And again, no one will see that. Don't worry about it. But making it truly like 0% here would help. Um, it's fine though, but just a true 0%. Because I saw that corner and I was like, "Eek." Why? Whoa, why though? Um, if the oh, you are doing the background as the background of the div that is containing the header. I get it. Yep. Yeah. Maybe make it at 0.001%. Maybe that would work. Um, I've done that before. Uh, Background blank. Opacity 5. Yeah, yeah, well. Well, now that's not working, yeah. Um, Other than that, no complaint, as always. As always, no complaints. I mean, it's me, so always complaints, but you know what I mean. I think it's fine. Good job on this one. I don't remember the onboarding, and also I don't know the onboarding on Windows. I just know the onboarding on the iOS app. Still there though, as far as I remember. Yep, right there. Right there. I see a lot of things have changed since the last time I looked at it. God damn. I would say this is a very me thing, where it's fine. Everything is pretty good. It's just like tiny. Um, Everything is pretty tiny to read. Last update was 2 days ago. So, yeah, probably. 200 megabytes? God damn. God damn. I know we are limited to 200 megabytes. I think maximum per app package, and you are at like 99.8. God damn. That's a lot. That is a lot of megabytes. Golly. I mean, if it works, if that works, that's the most important thing. Don't have to complain about it. That's the thing. I don't know if this would make sense. That's not gonna make sense either. Yeah. It's not gonna make sense either. Yeah, I need to go to 15 today. Small amount of days. Small amount of days. I think my greatest achievement on this is that section, because people always say, "Oh, you used strict freeze to revive things," and I'm like, "Yeah, once in March 2025." But yeah, there was one in December when I was in the hospital. Yeah. I think there was one like around here, as well in 2024, but like, yeah. So far, we've seen two, three, and there was a time, June 2023. But yeah. If you're in the beginning, it's a good thing. I mean, I have said that, and I will say that many times. People that are learning Japanese and that are learning a language through apps, when they talk about the fact that they don't want to use Duolingo, is because of the social pressure and the people that are saying that Duolingo is shit. And most of the people that are saying that Duolingo is shit is the people that have used Duolingo when it started to exist. And specifically for Japanese content, when the Japanese learning course came out, it was not great. And now it is better. It's still not the best thing ever, but it's not bad. And most importantly, it's a great app to keep you learning. If you are paying for it, which is my case, I'm on the plus whatever, it just makes sense to just keep going. It doesn't require too much of me. I don't have ads. I can learn stuff however I want. The content is good most of the time. All of their audio stuff is pissing me off because it's not fast enough. But most of the content is good, and you end up with an output that is uh, good enough. And it's a great reminder at any given day for me that, oh yeah, I need to do my Japanese thing. I need to continue my learnings. And it's just there. And I wouldn't say, again, going back to the thing that I just said, I wouldn't say that this is a very good, um, like content strategy for them. I think they are trying to keep people on the platform for the longest, for for as long as they can, right? That's the thing. But um, simply saying you use it as a reminder that you need to trigger your learning flow, which is my case. I start on Duolingo, and then I move to Can, and I do my vocabulary related learning currently on my word 700 words out of the first 1,000. And I just practice there because that's more interesting things for me. Um, this one I don't know. This one, yes. Um, shit. 不是. Oh, you know. And Duolingo for me is just like the trigger. It's just like, oh yeah, cool. You have to do your things, and then you're done, and then you have done your thing, and can move to the other app that makes more sense to you. But it's a very good reminder. And also, obviously, if I had a streak of 100 days, I wouldn't have it front and center for my screenshots. Not gonna lie, this is a flex. That's there's no hiding it. 2,000 days is a bit of a flex. So yes, it's there for a reason. It creates the question that you just asked. And when I'm talking about the widgets, like the can widgets at the top, for example, that is also people that are reacting to the Duolingo streak and are like, fuck me. Who did that? So yeah, I do like this for that reason as well. It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Anywho, back to this. You said you were wireframing today. That's what you said. Um, what you wireframing um, for? The new project, old projects, different things. Oh yeah, I need to fix that as well. That's also a thing. I remember the something related to the cards. Um, on that. Anyways, project for the U.S. court system. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Brain is not necessarily aware of what is going on in the US court systems and what are the tools that they need. But I mean, I guess there is um, evidence, uh, paper, letters, and shit that are like the positions, um, transcripts, which are different, and yeah, um, all that needs sorting. That's a lot of work. I know. I I've seen things related to the French government and um yeah, it's not sexy. It's it's not paying much. I mean in the US I don't know, but in France it doesn't. And it has some goals that are good, which is the thing that works most of the time. Um like some of the design systems we use that. Um, it pays a lot. Well, congrats. That's not the case here. um, we've had like a lot of discussions about the government-based design systems. So, for example, the French design system has been revamped and it's a bit better, kind of, than the previous ones. The Canadian is pretty cool. The the UK one is really minimalistic, and we like it for that. Um, and yeah, I would love to like see the whole thing, like what is going um, behind the scene for figuring out what is the best thing to do f- in order to unify like the entirety of the government related contracts and stuff. Um, because that was the weird ass interactions. Yeah. Mm, the type I hate. That's good. It is. It is pretty well documented. That's interesting. Uh, I don't want to say it's the same, but it's the same as the spectrum. Documentations. Do we have the accordion? No. Yes. Containers? No. Um, doesn't matter. Like basically at the bottom here, when you have the pass, not pass, um, thing that's pretty similar. But that's good with the updates. From a from an external point of view, I would say that it would be interesting for any user to be able to click on the conditional and failed, for example, if there is any failure at some point, to be able to just like quickly access um, and see that. But I'm also expecting this to be in this specific case where you have um, all of the data conditional right here. So just to quickly send me there, um, instead of having me to click on the link and then look for them. But nonetheless, pretty cool. But yeah, no, overall, like if you have um, the best thing to be out of debt, just file for bankruptcy and then move to another country. Do that. It's fun. Um, yeah, no, I know. I know, I know. There's been some issues with fundings on your end. I know. I'm sorry. I can't help. I mean, some of the thing that is pretty interesting here is the fact that this entire website needs to be um, componentized as much as possible, and making sure that basically you can have component A reused 60,000 times with no breaking ever. Otherwise, if you need to create the sub pages individually, you will end up with so much code and so much work that it's not worth the efforts. And that's also one of the reasons why most of the time these government websites are so shitty looking. So, um, like the le système de design de l'État. Sorry. This is the French design system where there was one designer one day that just decided that they wanted to create the most interesting governmental things with illustration and cool presentations and a really good unified system. But it's just it's French, so obviously I have my doubts. They have a good Figma files. They have their whole Figma files available. You can access them and so on. And overall, the no, not that. Overall, these things aren't good enough, and they have made the decision to have like a bit more um, design influence on what they are creating and what they have created along the line. But it's very similar. The UK government design system is one of the simplest version of things, where they just said, you know what, black and white, cool. Blue for links, cool. Blue for the accent color, cool. That's it. We don't need more. And they're right. Yeah, they don't need more. It's just like black and white and blue and nothing else. It's the most boring thing, but it works. Like it's the most accessible one of the bunch. These ones are okay. Um, like we've seen better, but yeah. Also, they all start with the accordion. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know this one, but yeah. I mean, most design systems are kind of similar, anyways. So I can see people recognize stuff. Um, oh, interesting. I love that bankruptcy is at the center of almost everything. Like you have popular is bankruptcy, bankruptcy is right there. It's in the center of the first page. Like it's the second thing to click on. Um, and it is. popular where you are. That's a thing. That is a thing. Ah, it's one of the weirdest thing from my point of view as someone that is external. Um, like I don't really know how it works here, but I do know that it's a bit different. Um, like we don't get out of trouble, like financial trouble, by filing for bankruptcy. We There is like yeah, there is repercussion for filing for bankruptcy. You have like obligations and things to do that still needs to happen even if you don't have money, which is kind of wild, but it happens. Um, and and in the US, it's just like, well, I had to, and then I received $1 million the next month, and it doesn't count. Like it's different. It's a different person. It's a different account. It's something different. It's different company. I don't get it. I don't get it. But if it works, it works. I know that one of the company that I loved and wanted to buy from um, is filed for bankruptcy, and they are in the Netherlands, um, which I'm sad about. But yeah, I went to buy underwears because it's an underwear company. And when I went on the website, they said, we just filed for bankruptcy, so we are closing down. Nothing like, here is the wholesale, like warehouse, sell out everything. Here is the stock that we currently have that we need to sell before, something just disappeared. I'm so sad about it. I've loved new boxes. That would have been great. Um, yeah, I know that. I know that. Um, I mean, I feel like in most countries, governments are made for companies by companies, roughly. Like in the beginning, it wasn't the case, and then someone made a profit on something, and then influenced a bit of the government somewhere, somehow, um, and all became privatized, and then it didn't work out, so the government had to figure out a way to keep that infrastructure in place. Like for us, the train system is uh, a government slash private thing, and because it's private, it's still in business. But then if you look at Japan, for example, the train is an entirely governmental agency in the beginning, but then they have like sub companies based on the districts and the regions to make sure that they are profitable, which is never the case in that region specifically. So it's a very interesting thing, but it's a government platform through privatized companies that are subsidized by the government almost at 200% because um, it operates at a loss 99% of the time. So that's the thing. And therefore, the government itself does everything it can to not spend too much. And in order to do that, the companies needs to get like advantages that other people don't have. So that's Japan. France is kind of the same thing. There's a lot of companies that needed to be saved by the government at some point, and therefore, since then, the government has its hands on what that company is making, but also providing support financially and um, in like workforce and so on for that company to sustain itself and remain in business for as long as possible. Otherwise, the government's gonna like lose so much. So, I get it. Um, until we decide that money doesn't exist anymore, which is probably not going to happen while I'm alive, sadly, but it should have been good. Governments are going to be for companies by companies. Uh, that's the game. I can't do shit about it. But yeah, I mean, the saving companies is always the thing that makes the government take or convert into a more hands-on situation where they need to be there, they need to be participating. So, yeah, you know, it makes sense. It makes sense. One day, though. One day. All right. I'm looking for a raid. Yeah. I would say there is a lot of different things in Japan before the raid. uh, the full box is live. The thing that is interesting in Japan is that it is privatized for a lot of things, and then the privatized things somehow got reacquired by the government at some point and then reprivatized later. So that thing, the rail company is something that happened. They were, I think they were government interested in the beginning. They were privatized, then government backed again, then privatized again, and now it's a split of both. So it's a weird thing, but it makes sense, and people are happy with it. So I guess, I guess that's the thing. I guess that's the thing. As always, I'm trying to end the stream at 4:20 for no reason. So full box is live by recommendation of Stony last week. We haven't been there yet, so we're going there now. That happens, and we are right about now to end up at exactly 4:20. So yeah, as always, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciate it. We will be back if all goes well on Wednesday in 2 days at 1:30 in the afternoon. If you have a question when I'm not live, as always, the Discord is open for that. If you want to stalk me online, use Ban. Ban is cool. We like it. If you have a perfume collection, use perfume. You know that. And if you want to learn Japanese, can is good for your vocabulary studies. This is the usual thing. As always, I forgot to change the number. I just remembered. I forgot. I forgot. It's fine. It's fine. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. But Yan, congrats on winning the 108 messages today. It's pretty impressive. Um, Stream Element is number 3. That's crazy. That is crazy. Anyways, take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something. Be kind to each other. And I'll see you all on Wednesday. Bye.